or come up when you want to speak, so it doesn't prevent you from participating if you go downstairs. But there is a TV that is attuned to these proceeds, and there is a restroom and couches, and it's quite comfy.
And with that, I shall call the study session of the City Council to order this April 7th. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Asher.
Here.
Councilmember Donahue.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Davis is excused, and Mayor Atkin.
Here. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So many of you are here obviously for the subject matter for the study session tonight. If you want to speak on that item and haven't filled out a speaker card, please do so. At this time, I'm going to have regular public comment that isn't about the minimum wage. And before we get started with that, there's two people I know. Mike Parenti, would you come forward?
Mr. Blanks.
Thank you. So, everybody, Mike Parenti is the city's IT manager, and he's here to talk for a couple of minutes about some of our latest public outreach efforts, including the Engage Emeryville in the CityCounsil app and social media.
Thank you. Good evening. I've been asked to give a brief update on some of the public outreach efforts and social media endeavors we've been working on in the city. And we've made some significant changes to our website homepage, and we began to utilize the city's official Twitter account. We've also launched our official YouTube channel, which we are publishing videos of meetings and special events as well. And most recently, we've launched our Engage Emeryville CityCounsil app. And so I have a little introduction video I wanted to play for you on the app.
Engage Emeryville, Emeryville's new CityCounsil app. It's the easy way to report neighborhood issues and get them fixed. Just download the mobile app from the CityCounsil website. Then when you see things that need attention in the Emeryville community, just click the app, take a picture, and report the problem to the city. It can be practically any non-emergency issue, such as a pothole or malfunctioning traffic light, to graffiti removal, garbage removal, or abandoned vehicles. As the issue is documented, you will receive notification and a tracking number, with the request automatically forwarded to the appropriate Emeryville City Department. Once the issue is addressed, the status will be updated and posted. It's the easy, high-tech way to communicate with your city government. And everybody knows that 10,000 sets of eyes are better than one. You can even set up your own neighborhood community page, as well as a public watch area to stay on top of news reports in real time. What a great way for you to learn more about the city of Emeryville and to communicate with their city government. If you would like more information, go to www.cclickfix.com or the City of Emeryville website. It's available now, so get started. See, Click, Fix, a public service.
So that's all I had for you today. Please.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Follow the Twitter
Starring
feed,
some of our own
download the app.
employees in that. Thank you very much. And Brian Carver, you have an item not on the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Brian Carver. I'm a Emeryville resident. I wanted to suggest another study session for the council to hold, namely one that would take a close look at the health benefits provided to city employees. In particular, I'd like for the council to make sure that city employee health benefits are including adequate mental health benefits. The reason I suggest this is because I've heard a report that our city manager, Sabrina Landreth, is leaving Emeryville to become Oakland city manager. Now, obviously, one would have to be crazy to leave Emeryville, especially for Oakland. So you can understand the concern many Emeryville residents have for her mental health. I think it's imperative that we help her get the counseling she needs so that she understands the mistake she is making. It would be a terrible mistake, not only because of how dysfunctional Oakland is, but also because of how much good she has done in her short time here as city manager. Now, we have many long-term public servants in Emeryville, Council Members Davis and Mayor Atkin, several of the department heads seated here tonight. And over their many decades of service, they've accomplished many great things for the city. But I would argue that we'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that's done so much good for the city in such a short time as Ms. Landreth has as city manager. I think the closest contender would be the amazing work that Cindy Montero has done as head of community services over that same time frame. I think most of you heard reports at the recent city school meeting that provide a glimpse of how phenomenal things have been going over in community services. And I expect you also know that she's trying to retire. So you can see we have ourselves an epidemic here, and it's got to be stopped because our city manager's work over the last almost 2 years has been really tremendous. Now, I believe that Ms. Landreth was born in Oakland, and so she may feel some misplaced responsibility to try to help them, but Emeryville doesn't even have a hospital, and so with the exception of a few stray home births, almost no one is born in Emeryville, and that's fine. Emeryville is the home you choose. Newborn babies can't be expected to make rational decisions about where to be born and live and work for the rest of their lives. But when someone chooses to live or work in Emeryville, they've made an adult decision. We don't force people to stay, but if people take the time to get to know this city and are in full control of all their mental faculties, then I think most prefer to stay. So you can see we have a real concern here, and I just hope that the council can do something to help Ms. Landreth see the error of her ways. If you fail, I suppose we'll all have to resign ourselves to being neighbors with a new and vastly improved Oakland, because if she does for them what she's done for us, we're all going to be impressed.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment not on the subject of the minimum wage? If not, that we'll just go into the heart of the matter here tonight. And Michelle, are you presenting? So after the staff presentation, there will be a chance for public comment. And I have your speaker cards. It's the dynamic duo.
It's a tag team.
Yeah.
The presentation sort of goes between the two of us, so we'll be switching off. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Michelle de Guzman. I'm with the Economic Development and Housing Division of the city, and with me is Michael Gina, who is from the City Attorney's Office, the Assistant City Attorney. The item tonight that we'll be speaking on is a City of Emeryville draft minimum wage and paid sick leave ordinance. The purpose of the report tonight is to consider both written and verbal comment on the proposed draft ordinance, consider additional analysis on the elements of the draft ordinance, and then to provide direction on the implementation timeline and the finalized language of the ordinance. The overview of the presentation that you'll have tonight will give a brief background, a summary of the written public comments, also the recommendation from the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and then the items that were required additional analysis was the definition of small business, how to handle tipped employees, a medical benefit credit, how it relates to the living wage ordinance and Measure C, what would a regionally comparable wage rate entail, language to the hospitality service charge clarification, exemptions and phasing, paid sick leave, fiscal impact, and finally questions and direction from the council. Briefly, as you've seen this several times before, our existing wage policies in the city right now are Measure C and the living wage. Both of them apply only to small subsets of the population. Measure C applies only to hotel employees. The living wage only applies to full-time city employees, city vendors, as well as anyone that's received financial assistance from the city. Measure C initially started with a $9 per hour minimum wage rate. It's adjusted every year on March 1st by the local CPI. It's currently $11.39. The living wage started at $11, adjusted July 1st on the fiscal year. It is currently $14.03. And both of those are inclusive of a health benefit, of which the dollar amount is not supplied, but the total compensation has to equal that hourly wage rate of both employer-paid wages and health benefits. Employer-paid health benefits. As background as to the council's consideration of this item, it was actually first considered back in 2006 when Measure C was placed on the ballot as a ballot initiative, actually in 2005, and living wage passed in 2006. The council was looking at a comprehensive wage policy, including a citywide minimum wage. However, at that time, the council wanted to wait to consider that until Measure C and living wage were in place. In August 2014, an update was brought to the council to discuss the administrative costs and implementation of Measure C and the living wage. Both were relatively minor because both are on a complaint basis, as well as recent activity in other jurisdictions, since it had become several jurisdictions were considering or had passed citywide minimum wages. In January 2015 of this year, the council asked staff to come back for suggestions for what a draft ordinance might look like. Staff's recommendation was a $12.25 initial hourly wage, matching that of what was passed in the Lift Up Oakland ballot initiative at the end of 2014. Annual CPI increases, local CPI, some community outreach, as well as a January 1, 2016 effective date. The council considered this. The direction that they provided at that meeting was that the ordinance should be largely based on the Oakland initiative, but the initial minimum hourly wage should be the same as the city's living wage. That would be effective as of July 1st, which is estimated to be $14.42, just based on that CPI adjustment on July 1st, and also have a July 1st effective date. And that separate community meetings and impact analyses were not needed prior to the development of a draft ordinance due to recent prior studies of adjacent communities, specifically Berkeley and Oakland, as well as San Francisco. On February 17th, a draft ordinance was brought to the council, and the council gave some direction as to revisions for that draft ordinance. One was to include a phase-in schedule to at a $12.25 rate with some set increases, as opposed to starting at the $14.42 initial rate for the July 1st start. And that would only apply to small businesses and 501c3 organizations, generally thought of as charitable nonprofit organizations. Also, there were some paid sick leave parameters. There was legislation that is going to become effective, state legislation, July 1st related to paid sick leave. The Lift Up initiative was actually developed before those were passed, so it mirrors it, but it does have some stronger limits, and so largely the council wanted to mirror what was done in Oakland. And also, staff was directed to provide additional research on the tip credit and the small business definition, as well as to schedule a study session for April 7th, 2015, as we are here now. Immediately after that meeting, the ordinance was revised per the council direction. It was mailed to all current business license holders. It was also posted on the city website, and there was also a shorter information flyer that was mailed to all city addresses, both residential and business. The summary of, sorry, I have to catch up on I haven't been flipping my pages. Next portion is a summary of the written public comment. We received nearly 70 just written public comment, both letters and emails, since February 17th up until yesterday. Although we did include some additional ones that we received today as well. Although the bullets mostly reflect what was received through about mid-March. So the first is that, and this is just sort of a bullet point list of the general comments. One is that the wage should be comparable to the minimum wage rates of adjacent cities, that it should include employer-paid health care benefits in the calculation of the minimum wage, that wage increases should be gradual and phased in over time to allow for businesses to adjust their business plans. There were concerns that a citywide minimum wage creates additional burdens on small businesses. They have to spend additional time and resources dedicated to compliance. There are additional increased costs above and beyond the increase in wages, such as payroll taxes and workers' compensation. And that in order to address these, they may need to reduce staffing levels or cut staff. Another concern was that it raises the cost of doing business in Emeryville, that service businesses in particular can access the Emeryville market area from both Oakland and Berkeley. It is more difficult to attract and retain businesses, and particularly with respect to manufacturing businesses, they compete nationally and internationally, and they don't have the flexibility to increase their prices without becoming uncompetitive. Other comments were that exemptions. One was there's a single exemption that is currently provided for in the draft ordinance, which is for ratified collective bargaining agreements. And there was a comment that felt that that should not be the case, and that exemption should only be at the discretion of the City Council. And other comments were that there were further categories that should be considered for exemption. Internships and training programs, which are short-term in nature and provide entry opportunities, and those should be maximized. And youth who might otherwise have to compete with adults, which would reduce their opportunities for youth employment. And potentially including all 501c organizations, specifically to cover homeowners organizations, but 501c3 is very specific. But there's a much broader range of 501c nonprofit organizations. I believe there are 24 categories around there. The California Restaurant Association submitted a proposed ordinance. It didn't propose a specific wage rate, but did propose an escalation, and it wanted to exempt higher wage earners, as that term is defined in their proposal, and the full language of their proposal can be found attached to the staff report. But it essentially was looking at a calculation of incomes for higher wage earners, specifically employees whose base wages plus tips might put them above a citywide minimum wage. It was also mentioned that the City Council is currently seeking approval of a PBID to fund the Emery Go-Round, and consideration of this at the same time may negatively affect one or both of the proposals. And lastly, there were some comments that felt that the city just shouldn't adopt a minimum wage and just use the statewide minimum wage as was felt appropriate. This item was also brought to the Economic Development Advisory Committee for their consideration and comment at their March 4 meeting, where the draft ordinance was reviewed and considered comments also from members of the public in attendance. The motion, which was passed by the Economic Development Advisory Committee, is there, and though it won't be brief, I'm going to go ahead and read it. Their motion was, it is important to raise the minimum wage in an expeditious manner, but the City Council should consider creating more opportunities for public comment, even if it may delay the effective date beyond the proposed start of July 1st. Make the wage step increases regionally equivalent, and include consideration for health care in defining the size of small business. Other recommendations that were not codified in the motion included that there should be an exception for youth internships that might be administered by a government agency, and again is reflected similar to the written comments that all 501c organizations, not just 501c3 charitable organizations, should be allowed to phase in implementation on the same schedule as small businesses. So this is the additional This is now the section where we speak to some of the additional analysis that was requested, both as a result of the public comment and at the direction of council. The first is the definition of a small business. This was something that was directed by council. The draft ordinance defines it currently as 10 or fewer employees for allowing a phase-in period and setting a lower cap for paid sick leave accumulation. The 10 employees comes from the Oakland ordinance, and while that didn't have a phase-in period, that was for the Oakland ordinance primarily related to the setting of a cap for the sick leave accumulation. Generally speaking, there is not an accepted standard for defining a small business, either on a national or on a local scale. So I've put up a couple of different measures just to sort of give you a flavor of the range. Under minimum wage ordinances, Berkeley's is considering revising their ordinance, and so they will have a small business definition in that, not for phase-in, but related to related to their paid sick leave accumulation. And that is in Oakland, as I mentioned before, and San Francisco, when its original ordinance, because the one that passed last year, excuse me, is an update of an existing ordinance. In the original ordinance, they also did define small businesses and gave them, I believe, a one-year phase-in period back in 2004, and that was also the less than 10 employees. And Seattle defines it as more than 500 employees in the United States, and that's their sort of break between large and small businesses. Another way is looking at various organizations that provide financial assistance to small businesses, financial and technical assistance. On the national scale, there's the Small Business Administration. The state of California uses this for the type of assistance that they provide. They actually have a very complex schedule. They break it down by every single industry, and sometimes it's by gross revenue, and sometimes it's by number of employees. I've put what retail and restaurants are, and that is greater or less than $7 million. Since that sort of covers, I think, a large swath of the Emeryville employees that would likely fall under this ordinance. San Francisco, for their small business office, they offer their assistance to businesses with less than 100 employees. And Seattle, for their small business assistance, does it to businesses that either have less than 50 employees or less than $10 million in gross revenue. Going back to San Francisco, for a different one of their ordinances, which is the fair scheduling, they use it for 20 employees or less, and also for retailers that have 20 or more units worldwide. So if any particular, say a cafe, a chain cafe, any particular store has less than 20 employees, but they have multiple units worldwide, and they have multiple units in the city that add up to 20 employees, and that would fall under that. And then the Affordable Care Act is included because it's actually was brought up as a potential measure of, they actually have two measures of small business. One is small business generally for if you have 50 employees or less. You can shop in the small business marketplace for health care insurance. If you have 25 employees or less, and also their average wage is less than $50,000, then you're also eligible for a tax credit under that program. The definition of a small business, comments from small business owners both at the City Council meeting on the 17th and also at the EDAC meeting suggest that 10 is too small to capture some of the what many of us would consider the small independent businesses in Emeryville. And as I noted before, the ACA limit of 50 employees for businesses has been suggested both to the council. It was only suggested at the EDAC level, and then also in some written public comment as well.
That's me. All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Michael Gaina. I will be co-presenting with Michelle. We'll be switching off slides here. Regarding shifting gears for a minute, so one of the items that we were asked to consider for our ordinance would be how to deal with employees who receive tips. Regardless of whatever the minimum wage might be, the employees who receive tips may end up taking home, if you take into account the amount that they receive in tips, they would be taking home wages that are higher than the minimum wage if you take into account their tips. However, state law does not allow for tip income to be credited against the wage rate for determining what the minimum wage should be. And so we can't get around that. And therefore, our staff recommendation is to be clear about that in our ordinance and to provide that there is no tip credit provided, and that is consistent with state law. One alternative approach, which is discussed in the staff report, is the Seattle model, where they do take into account tipping and health care benefits, or the cost of health care benefits, in deciding what the minimum compensation rate is. That analysis is discussed in more detail in your staff report, and we can answer questions regarding that if you like. But the bottom line regarding tips is that our recommendation is that we clarify in the ordinance and make it clear that there won't be any tip credit allowed, and again, that's consistent with state law.
Excuse me. There's currently a bill in the state.
Please, you'll have your opportunity to comment.
I'm just saying that there's currently a bill. Have you addressed that at all?
So we're going to get to current bills that are in the state, and if you'll let us if we can just get through the rest of our staff report, and then if the council or the public has any other questions that they'd like us to bring up, we'll be able to answer them.
Please, members of the public, just keep your comments. If we had all of you chiming in, as this gentleman just did, we wouldn't get anywhere. So let the staff please finish their presentation, and everybody will have an opportunity to comment when we're done. Thank you.
I'm back. So in terms of the tip credit, there's also a consideration for employer-paid medical benefits and whether or not that should be considered part of the employee's total compensation package as it is under the city's living wage ordinance. As an aside, employer-paid medical benefits do provide an additional benefit to the employee in that while they increase total compensation, they're not considered part of your income, and they don't increase your gross income for taxation purposes. How they are addressed in minimum wage laws, as Michael mentioned, Seattle has a somewhat complex way of dealing with it, but they do address a way to include medical benefits as total compensation relative to the minimum wage. And also Richmond has approved and Berkeley has proposed including a benefit for health benefits. Both Richmond and Berkeley would add this additional amount on top of the minimum compensation or the minimum wage that you receive, that you also have to receive. I should clarify. Richmond has a total compensation package where if you do not have that $1.50, then they can credit up to $1.50 of that to their health care benefits. And if they don't, then the employer needs to make up. If the health care benefit they offer is any less than $1.50 per hour, then 75 cents, then the employer has to make that up. So the total compensation they receive should include the $1.50. Berkeley has a slightly different model in that they have, which is similar to the Seattle model, in that they will have a wage rate, and their proposal is to also include a health care benefit. And if the health care benefit is valued at less than the specified amount, then again the employer must make up the shortfall. And so the total compensation would be the minimum wage rate plus the value of the living wage rate. Most minimum wage laws do not allow a medical benefit credit for the minimum wage rate, aside from the two approved and the one that I mentioned before. And the primary reasons for that are the difficulty in calculating the hourly rate of a medical benefit compensation, as it's not expressed simply on a per hour basis in payroll records the way that wage rates are. Legislation has to be carefully crafted to prevent exploitation of the credit. And just as an example of that, should a health benefit be allowed, there should be consideration that there shouldn't be an employee co-payment because an employer could offer a health benefit, but the employee co-pay could be so high that it would wash out the effect. So that would just be an example of how to sort of, you might have to look at the ordinance to make sure that it could prevent those sort of things. And then there would be the added burden from the administration and the supplying the information side of evaluating the employer's health plan in addition to the payroll records. And that sort of goes back to the abuse too. If you want to look at the quality of the health care that's being offered to prevent low quality health care plans being offered. One of the questions that came up was the minimum wage that is being proposed does not include health benefits, but the living wage ordinance and Measure C do include a health care benefit in the overall compensation. And any particular employer would need to be evaluated to determine which of the ordinances would affect them and how they might interact together. So the next major category is the regionally comparable wage rate. Comments from both the public and the EDAC suggested that the wage rate be comparable to adjacent cities or regionally comparable. And particularly with respect to the EDAC, the main concern there was to remain competitive with adjacent jurisdictions for the cost of doing business in terms of attraction and retention of those businesses. And because there were concerns that the minimum wage rate of $14.42 per hour is higher than the minimum wage rate that's currently under consideration by any other jurisdiction for the 2015 period. A couple of different ways of measuring that, of what's regional, how to define regional. One suggested was East Bay, and they range from $9.60 per hour in Richmond to $12.25 in Oakland. But I am noting that Berkeley is in the process of considering an amendment to their existing law, which would raise their minimum wage rate to be equal to their living wage rate plus the health care benefit that was discussed in the prior slide. So currently it doesn't include the health care benefit, but that would raise it effectively by a larger amount than just the wage rate. It is regional also Bay Area, so including the larger amount of cities aside from East Bay cities that have adopted minimum wages, that would range from $10.30 per hour in the South Bay to $12.25 in San Francisco, starting May 1st, 2015. And so regionally comparable can be anywhere between $9.60 and $12.24, just as applicable to 2015. So this table just sort of shows what that East Bay, among those East Bay cities, what that really looks like. The ones that are proposed are hatched. You can see the Berkeley proposed. They don't have a new wage rate. Theirs is set through 2016, which is why the approved is flat. You can see it's on a similar, it's very similar to what is being proposed in Emeryville, and the other cities are a bit lower. And also, in many of the discussions, oh yes,
Michelle, could you go back?
Sure.
Again, is San Francisco's not on there?
No, this is the East Bay.
East Bay, right? Yeah. Thanks.
San Francisco's on the next table chart. So the other discussion that has come up, both at the prior council meetings and just in general discussion, is $15 per hour, and when to achieve it. Of the cities with approved minimum wages in the Bay Area, only San Francisco is set to achieve a $15 per hour minimum wage by 2018, and generally it appears the others wouldn't do so by 2021, which is a couple years out. Should Berkeley approve revisions of their minimum wage ordinance as recommended by their Labor Commission, they would likely achieve a minimum wage at or above $15 per hour by 2018 as well. And so this is there's San Francisco, which is the purple line, and you can see $15 is there near the top. And around 2017, the proposed Emeryville wage would be would be achieving the $15, above $15. Seattle, for employers who have 500 or more employees, would achieve that in 2017. And many of the other Bay Area cities would achieve that by 2018. Those that are on there, which is the proposed Berkeley and San Francisco. And Los Angeles would achieve that under their current proposal, which is being evaluated by 2019.
Yeah, sorry. All right, so shifting gears again. So one of the aspects of the proposed ordinance includes a hospitality service charge. And this was included in the Oakland Lift Up ordinance. And so we had brought it before you as part of that. The service charge, as you can see, it's collected by a service employer to be provided by the employees who actually render the services offered to the customers or the guests. Our draft ordinance provides that the service charge would be paid entirely to those employees who actually perform the service and not to any managerial employees, except to the extent that those supervisors had actually participated in providing service. The hospitality service charge does not include, is exclusive of tips and gratuities. Since adoption of the Lift Up ordinance and the last version of the Emeryville draft ordinance that you had seen, Lift Up had published additional revisions to the provisions of the hospitality service charge. And the idea behind those proposed revisions was to clarify that the service charges could not be considered a component of meeting the minimum wage requirements. So the provisions of the revisions are in the staff report. They're listed here as well. And so one of the things we're asking the council to consider is whether or not you would also like to see these proposed revisions included in the Emeryville ordinance. Talk about phasing.
Okay. So the next item for consideration is exemptions or phased implementation. Some minimum wage ordinances prescribe that certain businesses or types of employment be exempt, or that the increase be phased for those businesses. Example categories for exemption include internships, training programs, small businesses, nonprofits. Nonprofits and small businesses could be candidates for phasing. This would allow a longer period to amend business plans to accommodate the new minimum wage, including and not limited to changing products, services, accessing bridge funding, amending grant provisions. Commenters asked that all 501c nonprofit organizations be considered for exemption. Berkeley does not provide a phase-in for nonprofit. Berkeley does provide a phase-in period for nonprofit organizations, but it is specifically limited to the 501c3 charitable organizations. Internships and youth were suggested as candidates for exemption for the citywide minimum wage ordinance. Again, because these are meant to be limited duration, they're meant to provide job training, skills, experience, an entree for career advancements. They're generally not intended as a means to support a household, particularly with respect to youth employment, as it would be expected that minor employees would be under the care of a parent or guardian. Lower costs would allow employers to maximize the potential number of job opportunities. Both Richmond and Berkeley provide an exemption for youth employment in specific nonprofit or governmental youth employment programs. Additionally, state minimum wage law also allows so-called learners, this is existing law, to be paid 85% of the minimum wage for the first 160 hours of their employment. And the last item, well, not the last item, but one of them, is the implementation timeline. In consideration of the July 1st implementation timeframe, the council directed that public comment would be gathered from city council meetings, including this study session, and any comments provided to city staff and then shared with the city council. As a result, no community workshops or other special meetings were being held. And as noted in their March 4th motion, the Economic Development Advisory Committee asked for more opportunities for public comment. Their suggestions included moving the effective date to August or September, and they raised concerns that continued deliberations for the proposed ordinance would create an insecure environment for businesses, making planning for changes in labor costs difficult. And also, not part of their formal motion, there was general consensus that, regardless of the date, that establishing a firm date for implementation is desirable so as to not create unstable business conditions. And I think this gets to...
Okay, so one of the items that had recently come onto our radar screen as well is Assembly Bill 669, introduced by Assemblyman Member Daley. This was introduced in late February. The bill would provide that, so existing state law would have the state minimum wage be at a $10 rate effective January 1 of next year. The bill would cap the wage for qualifying tipped employees, which is defined there in the slide, at $9 an hour. And that would also be effective January 1 of 2016. So as you can see, the qualifying tipped employees, the definition includes employees who are receiving tips at such that the wage rate is $15 or more an hour. The other aspect of the bill is that the bill would supersede local minimum wage laws unless those local laws specifically state the jurisdiction's intention to establish higher minimum wage rates for its qualifying tipped employees, as that term is defined in the bill. And that the local jurisdiction's minimum wage law has to specifically reference AB 669. So if adopted, this bill would supersede the existing minimum wage laws in Berkeley, Oakland, San Francisco, all the other ones that are currently on the books, because they obviously had not anticipated this bill and obviously had not been able to specifically reference this bill in its enactment. So as I said, this just came on our radar screen. The bill has been referred to the Committee on Labor and Employment, and it's scheduled for a hearing before that committee later this month. So in order to address it, we could add a statement in the purpose and intent of our ordinance that we would adopt, specifically stating our intention to establish a higher minimum wage for qualifying tipped employees. AB 669, again, it's relatively new, so we're going to keep our eye on it. We'll be able to provide updates to you, but we wanted to let you know that it is there and we're aware of it. Okay, I'm going to go off off minimum wage and talk about paid sick leave for a while. When we were directed by the council to look at the Lift Up ordinance as the model for the Emeryville ordinance, the Lift Up ordinance provided provisions for paid sick leave. After enactment of the Oakland ordinance, the state adopted AB 1522, which also provides for paid sick leave statewide. The Oakland ordinance largely mirrors the provisions of state law, but there are differences between these two statutes, and we had highlighted those for your consideration back in February, and you had given us direction on how you would like the Emeryville ordinance to look going forward. One reminder is that AB 1522 is the floor and not the ceiling, and therefore the city can enact protections for paid sick leave, which go beyond the provisions of state law. We would also recommend that our ordinance clarify that the provisions of AB 1522 apply, and so to the extent that the Emeryville local ordinance does not specifically address provisions of paid sick leave that are otherwise covered by AB 1522, then that those state provisions would apply to Emeryville employees. This is a outline of the provisions of AB 1522 regarding the covered employees, the accrual rate, maximum hours used, exemptions, and again, the idea that it's a floor and not the ceiling. So the direction that you had provided to us back in February as to how you would want the Emeryville ordinance to look is up here on the slide. One of them is the definition of employee. So you wanted to have a more expansive definition of employees who would be eligible for paid sick leave than the definition provided by state law. Regarding maximum hours accrued, you recommended, or your direction was to have our ordinance differentiate between small businesses, which is currently defined as 10 or fewer employees, and all other employees. And so small business employees would accrue a maximum number of hours, 48 hours per year. All others would accrue a maximum of 72 a year. Your direction was that there is no maximum on the amount of, no cap on the amount of paid sick leave hours that an employee could use per year. So he or she could use up to the amount of paid sick leave that they had banked. And regarding the use of paid sick leave, you also directed that that an employee may also designate an individual to use paid sick leave for during the course of the year, if that employee does not have a spouse or registered domestic partner. So we bring this slide to you again just to remind you that this was the direction that you'd given to us before. This is a check-in to make sure that this is how you'd like to see the next draft of the ordinance going forward.
And this also is just some review from the last time we came to you, just the fiscal impacts of the ordinance. That staff estimates that in this current fiscal year, which is prior to the July 1st date, that there would be about $35,000 costs in education and outreach materials. And for fiscal year 15-16 and ongoing, the assumption of one full-time employee covered under administration and enforcement, and then some additional wages and benefits would result in an ongoing cost of about $205,000, of course, with annual adjustments. Cost estimated that one-time full employee would be needed to administer it. If some of the more detailed credits, such as looking at tips or health care benefits, additional staff might be needed to review the additional paperwork. The conclusion is that in establishing any new legislation, there should be consideration to ensure that the new law is effective with respect to outcomes and administration, while minimizing as much as possible any negative unintended consequences. Staff's recommendation is that the final ordinance language keep this consideration in mind, with the key aspect of keeping the ordinance fairly straightforward in order to allow for consistent and timely enforcement, reduce the administrative burden on staff, thereby reducing city costs, and reduce the administrative burden on businesses, in particular small businesses. And we just have a series of detailed question slides, and then there's a summary, so you don't have to remember all of the questions. The first is the effective date. Does the council wish to adjust the effective date to allow the additional time for public input and for businesses to adjust, or do they want to keep the July 1st effective date? If council wants to consider a later date, then when, given the discussion about the importance of having an actual date to work with, and direction on additional community meetings or additional community input. With respect to small businesses, does the council generally wish to provide special provisions for small businesses? If so, what definition of small business does the council wish to use? Does the council wish to retain the different paid sick leave provisions for small businesses that Mr. Gina referenced? And does the council wish to include a different wage rate structure for small businesses included in the ordinance? And then the next is the wage rate. Does the council wish to phase in wages for all businesses, as noted, or just small businesses, as included in the draft ordinance? If a phase-in schedule is desired, there's two options that are here. One is the phase-in proposal that is in the current draft ordinance, or it could also, any number of them could be used, but these are sort of seemed the bookends. What we have already considered, or possibly considering San Francisco schedule, which currently is the most aggressive most aggressive schedule throughout in the Bay Area at this time. Tips and health benefits. Does the council want to consider the Seattle model with respect to tips and health benefits? And that would, as noted before, require additional documentation. It does increase the administrative time and cost burden. And due to these delays, there is some concern from staff that it may delay workers receiving the approved higher minimum wages. Exemptions for consideration. Youth. Does the council want to consider an exemption for youth employed in temporary youth employment programs funded at least partially by nonprofit or governmental entities to maximize opportunities for job training for youth? Does the council wish to retain the collective bargaining exemption that is currently in the ordinance? Oops. Okay. And lastly, hospitality charges. Does the council wish to accept the additional language with respect to the distribution and notification of hospitality charge distribution that was suggested by LIFTA? We request that the council provide direction on those preceding items and any direction on any other aspect of the ordinance that the council may wish to address. And this slide just sort of summarizes those preceding slides. And this concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to open this up for public comment next. And we have a history of being cordial with each other. I'd like to ask that you refrain from booing and clapping and other things, and we just hear from people and what is on their minds. You do have a chance to submit a speaker card if you haven't already, and because of the large number of people who are requesting to speak, it's my prerogative as the presiding officer to limit public comments. So I'm going to have public comment limited at 2 minutes, and if you care to weigh in on the questions that the staff presentation asked the council to consider, that input would be particularly appreciated. So with that, I'm going to call several people up at a time, and you can just line up behind the speaker who's currently speaking so that we can be ready to go. First is Dylan O'Brien. Second is John Santer. Third is Susanna Handow, I hope I got that right.
Where do we get the cards to sign up?
By Maurice. Here.
Dylan?
That's me.
Come on.
I feel like I won the lottery.
Yeah, you get to lead off on this meeting night here.
So my name's Dylan O'Brien. I own Prize Fighter Bar with John Center on Hollis Street. And our main concern is the tip credit. I understand that there's, state law doesn't allow for it now, but I actually made a little sheet here that I'll pass over to you. I don't have a single employee that makes less than the living wage currently when you factor in tips. We also provide a retirement package for full-time employees, and we offer a health program, which we pay for half of for our employees as well. So not even factoring that in, we have 2 employees that actually make 3 times the living wage when you factor in tips. So I'm not here to say that it's going to place an undue burden on us. It's not going to close our business, but from where I'm standing, it just looks sort of like wealth redistribution when my employees are already clearly making a very livable wage.
Thank you.
I also wanted to say, hi, I'm John Santer. I own the bar with Dylan. I wanted to say that we are not, we are pro-labor 100%. We take care of our employees. We always have. We've kept 100% of our staff the entire time that we've been open for 3.5 years, which is pretty unheard of in the restaurant business. So we want them to have happy, healthy lives too. But we feel like this wage increase would place an undue burden on our business and our ability to continue to help them do that.
Mayor, may I
Yes.
ask something? People, of course, do not have to tell us when they come up, but if you would like to, if you're a business owner, tell us how many employees you have, and you don't have to do that, but if people are willing to share that.
We have 12 currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna?
Hi, I'm Susanna Handa with Scarlet City Espresso Bar. I currently have 1 employee. My espresso bar is less than 8 months old, so I'm very new. As such, this ordinance has the potential to have a very significant impact on my business. My primary concern here with speaking to the council is to request that you strongly consider pacing Emeryville's minimum wage with the corresponding cities in the area, that we not outpace others, because especially in food service and retail, we do compete directly with our neighbors, and a minimum wage difference with our competitors of over $2 an hour is untenable. I would like to encourage you to heed staff's recommendations for phase-in, particularly for small business, and to encourage you to look to San Francisco's phase-in model. It is quite aggressive, and there really isn't any need for us to go any quicker than the most expensive city in the Bay Area.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, next, Ty Hudson, Steve Mills, and Rob Arias. Come forward. Come on down.
I was not the first name called.
Are you Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, is Ty here?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay.
Do I need, I'll go, sure, I'll go.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Atkin and members of the City Council. My name is Ty Hudson, and I'm with Unite Here Local 2850, and we represent hotel and food service workers, including the workers at the Hyatt House and Hilton Garden Inn here in Emeryville, and a lot of you probably remember the fight that happened with the workers at the Hyatt House under a previous name and previous ownership. So we're very familiar with the issues that workers go through who are low-wage service sector workers, tipped or not, and need the minimum wage to be increased. I want to just generally say that we strongly support the draft ordinance, and we thank the council and the staff for all their hard work and leadership in taking this issue on. And we want to just emphasize a couple of points. There is no, as was noted, there is no tip credit allowed in California, and it's really important that stay that way. States that it would be a terrible precedent to set, and states that allow, some states allow almost around $2 an hour for tipped employees, and what that means is that tipped employees, contrary to popular belief, are just more and more likely to live in poverty and depend on tips that aren't even reliable and are very variable. We will work our hardest to defeat AB 669, and we hope that the council, and we trust that the council won't adopt its spirit. As for the idea of,
That's it.
am I out?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work on this.
All right. Steve Mills.
Hi, all. I'm Steve Mills, Rudy's Can't Fail Cafe across the street here. We've been, I'd say I am an Emeryville enthusiast. We've been here for 13 years. And we support fair wages. We also have a location in Oakland, so we've seen an immediate impact on our bottom line there. It is something that affects us on a pretty deep level. Being restaurant folks, we have a very narrow window of opportunity to make money. So I just want to encourage you to I guess I want to say that we really support labor. As you would know, if you're an Emeryville Rudy's customer, we have people working there that were probably working there when we opened. So we very much support fair wages, but we would like to recommend that you adopt a phase up, which would parallel the neighboring communities. I think that would be the most economical way to maintain a competitive edge and environment for ourselves and other businesses like us.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 50 employees in Emeryville and a little more than that in Oakland. We're open 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. We have a lot of people in the service industry. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob Arias. I write the Evil Eye Community News. I am not here to advocate for the Targets or the IKEAs of the city. There's a reason they're not probably present here. It's because they can presumably afford this jump, so they can withstand it. I've never bought anything at IKEA that I wouldn't pay 10% more of to support a living wage. So really, I wish they would take a leadership role in this, but you know, if they're not going to, then I support increasing the wage that they do. I'm here to support small businesses, and if you know anything about Emeryville, there's not that many small businesses. You know, we have a lot of malls, we have a lot of big box stores. We just don't have a lot of small businesses. So I would like measures to protect them. And what you've shown us so far doesn't do that. It doesn't accomplish that. If you really take time to sit down and listen to the small businesses, you'll understand that they're not fundamentally opposed to this. It's the pace. The pace is a killer. So a phase-in period, give them time to adapt. Give them the consumer time to adapt to the price jump that is going to be inevitable for them. Maybe I'm naive, but I've always thought the role of council was to kind of listen to both sides of the argument, find a compromise. Listen to all perspectives and make the best decision for residents, not special interest groups. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I haven't seen this. Ultimately, I'm kind of disappointed in council so far from what I've seen for creating such a polarizing piece of legislation. The fact of the matter is, if you went with Oakland's FF model today, nobody wouldn't be here. We'd be back to the 10 people that are usually at council meetings. But you've created such a polarizing environment. I'm disappointed. So I want to strongly, strongly advocate following Oakland's regional model, FF, and everybody would walk away happy. 90% of the people here would walk away happy.
Sure. Paula Skeen, David Wesley, and Joe Cohen.
Number 2.
Right. I'm Paula Skeen, and I've been in Emeryville for 20 years. Love it here. My business is incredibly small. We have a handful of part-time employees in addition to 3 full-time employees, and then Winston the dog, who also comes to work. The part-time employees are mainly students, and I can't tell you how much I have enjoyed working with these students. They provide a mix of culture, a mix of outlook, And I also think that in the community, it's important to have a mix of ages. And obviously, I'm no spring chicken. So I think there's tremendous value in considering some sort of an arrangement where an employer can hire a student at an affordable amount for the employer. Because face it, even a very small business has to keep in mind the bottom line. And so if you hire an employee who at first, I'll give you an example of, say, Beth Mabratu. We hired Beth, and she was so slow, and she was so shy, and she was terrified of answering the phone. Now, if I am paying Beth $14.42 an hour, and I want to stay in business, will I keep Beth? If I am paying Beth, let's say, $10, $11 an hour, can I then afford to mentor her for longer? We usually hire more than just one student at a time, so they become friends, they form their own community, they get a look at what it's like to have a job. It's usually their first job. Beth has gone on to college. She's in her 3rd year at law school.
That's your time, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to say Beth will end up creating jobs for other people. So please do create something that will allow an employer to hire a student.
David?
Can I use this thing?
Can someone help with the overhead?
It'd be easier to explain what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Wesley.
David Wesley.
Again, 2 minutes each. Just remind people.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I'm representing a business in Emeryville. It's been in Emeryville for almost 28 years. This is its 28th year. Very popular. It's a restaurant. Has 32 employees. That's your number. I have been working with them to look at the effect of the minimum wage increase on the payroll and hence the prices. Restaurants, often small restaurants, don't have any profit margin to speak of, and so therefore prices are highly affected by increase in costs. There's a study from Berkeley that's often been quoted as saying, well, you know, we increase wages by 10% and it only increases prices by, you know, less than 1%. Well, that's if you increase prices, increase wages only 10%. We're talking about 60%. And by increasing it 60%, we increase the wage burden by about 32%. And that has to be passed on to customers. And that means that where's the focus on this thing? Anyway, if you can't quite read it, but what it means is that the prices will then increase roughly 11%, not less than 1%. We'll have to increase prices by essentially 11%. Now, that is not the whole story. The whole story, there we go, focus, starts with wage classifications. There are a number of people, the lowest paid person in this whole group is $9 an hour. There's 10, there's 11, there's other classifications. If we simply change the lowest wages, bring everybody up to $14.42, now we have a flat curve for most of the job classifications, and a few people earn more.
Thank you, David. That's your time.
And that has a tremendous effect on the bottom line.
Joe Cohn.
Hi, Council. I'm here to read a statement for the wealthiest 1% of Americans. We, the richest individuals on earth, have decided that increasing the wealth of the lowest wage earners would be an important step toward eliminating the ugly effects of poverty: homelessness, crime, poor education, domestic abuse, the tragedy of lives riddled with futility and desperation. We, who have personal fortunes amounting to many billions of dollars, realize that moving a fraction of that money into the hands of those who struggle to pay for the bare essentials of daily life would be a good investment in the stability and well-being of the United States of America. Therefore, we support the move in Emeryville to increase the minimum hourly wage to $14.42. We urge the members of this council to stay the course of compassionate citizenship and not be unsettled by the warnings and entreaties of highly paid lobbyists. So thank you for this laudable exercise in democracy.
Thank you. After that, Tom McLaughlin, George Almeida, sorry if I messed up your name, and Jason Pollock.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom McLaughlin. I'm with the Buckhorn Restaurant in the Bay Street Plaza. Best tri-tip on the planet. We have 23 employees. There's about 2 of them that make over $4.42 an hour. Effectively, the wage increase would amount to a 33% increase, not a 60% for us, because we don't really hire at minimum wage. But if it's not phased in, it would be totally unmanageable, and I think it's irresponsible to be Emeryville. I don't really feel why it should be the highest in the Bay Area, more than San Francisco or Oakland, and that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is George Almeida, and I'm the owner of Fuddruckers Restaurant over here in Bay Street. Been here for about 13 years, and we have about 22 employees, some of which have been with us ever since we opened 13 years ago. I'll keep it short. Just wanted to say, pretty much echoing what everybody's been telling you folks, to please phase this in. None of us are against, raising the minimum wages and keeping up with the cost of living. But phasing it in does a tremendous amount of benefit to the businesses to prepare for this type of increase in overhead. Not only phasing it in, but keeping it competitive with the communities surrounding the area is also beneficial for Emeryville and the businesses to stay competitive. And my last comment is just simply a question. The gentleman a little bit ago was talking about the top 1% of wage earners. And my question is who's really looking out for the retired community and people on fixed incomes? Because as everybody prepares for this wage increase and overhead increase, it's ultimately, everybody knows what's going to happen. The prices of everything a consumer purchases, every product and service is going to be increased. And I'm just asking who's looking out for that segment of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jason Pollock, the general manager over at the AMC Bay Street 16, keeping with the AMC Bay Street crew here. An increase of the minimum wage to $14.42 would cause a ripple effect, not just with our entry-level film crew associates, but with our supervisors and our managers. We have 47 entry-level associates on hand, 6 supervisors, and 4 managers. And this ripple effect would increase our payroll expense by $250,000. And our expense and cost is already high, as the majority of our ticket sales go directly to the studios. And the majority of our associates, entry-level associates, are teens. They're in high school, they're in college. A lot of them are just having for a summer job. A lot of them, it's their first job that they've ever had. And if work becomes a little too difficult, as it's happened in the past, a lot of them, or they can't balance the work and the school, they do quit. So we do go through quite a few new associates, and it costs approximately $450 to $600 just to train new associates. And an increase in the minimum wage could be passed off to the guests that could cause a negative impact on our attendance. And we could also look at considering cutting costs by replacing staff positions, those ticket sellers, with automated kiosks, so that we would have to cut their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tibbetts, Matt Fredborg, Bruce Lamb.
Tibbetts.
Good evening, council members. I'm John Tibbetts from the Oaks Card Club in Emeryville.
I'm not a small business with over 400 employees, but I am long-term and local and family-owned. I've been the largest taxpayer in Emeryville for quite a number of years. The $2.3 million approximately I pay to the city could cover up to 25% of the police services or 50% of the fire services if it was applied to one thing. The rise in the minimum wage could cause a 50% increase in labor costs for me, which our business model could not afford. It would cause me to lay off and cut hours for many employees, harming them greatly, leading to a reduced staff, decreased gross revenues, and even less money for the city in the long run. I have no problem paying an increased minimum wage to non-tipped employees, but I ask for an exemption for the highly tipped gaming floor employees who are covered by an IRS-sanctioned GITCA agreement that is fully accounted for on our payroll services nowadays and would not administratively be difficult for the city of Emeryville to administer. And I do have a legal opinion that it would be legal for to use tips to lower the minimum wage down to the state level, just not below the state level. So I respectfully ask that the city consider it in a special exemption for the GITCA employees. I also think that the city should, start with a smaller amount. 1442 is a little bit too high too quickly, and to phase it in and to look carefully at what happens to other cities with the to see how they handle difficulties for sick leave and scheduling issues that were proposed and are a little bit confusing in the original thing that I wrote. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Matthew Fredborg. I've been an employee for the Oaks for 3.5 years. I'm the California Games Director, which means I hire, fire, and maintain the schedules needed to run the California Games of the Oaks. I enjoy my job, the other staff, and the customers there that come to the Oaks. Being a California Games Director is a good job. I'm able to support my family of 6. I have a living wage. I also receive retirement, health care, and even a yearly bonus. I agree with the comments and concerns of Mr. Tibbetts and my fellow Oaks employees, but I also have concerns about the logistics of scheduling and the sick leave proposed in the ordinance. The Oaks has 36 poker tables and my 12 California games. We're a card room, not a casino. We do not bank the games nor make money from the customers' losses. The Oaks employs more than 400 people, mostly in full-time living wage jobs. The Oaks operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Obviously, this requires several shifts. Typically, each gaming table is served by more than 10 employees in 3 shifts per day. Scheduling and sick leave in this type of establishment requires flexibility. We want to be able to change the schedules to accommodate employees' requests and sick leave needs. The ordinance creates new, cumbersome tracking requirements, policies that will be confusing and difficult for us at the Oaks. I urge the council to hold off on including the sick leave part of the ordinance until the issues are fully examined for the different industries. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Bruce Lamb. I have been with the Oaks for 3 years. I'm a pie goat dealer. I enjoy my job, the staff, and the customer at the Oaks. Being a pie goat dealer is a good job. I'm able to support myself and a family of 6. I have a living wage and also receive retirement, health care, and even a yearly bonus. My hourly wage is really $19. Even though my base pay is the state minimum wage, of course, everyone would like to make more per hour, but really, my tips and the scheduled hour I have is more important to me, and the money that I make than the minimum wage. I am more worried that a big increase in cost will force the Oaks to reduce our hours, shifts, or the number of tables, which would mean I actually make less money. I need this job, and it is a good one. Please do not put my job at risk. I know that it's not your intention, but what you do could hurt us rather than help us. Please consider making a very small exception just for the gaming floor employees at the Oaks Card Club to the increase in the minimum wage in Emeryville. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's one other Oaks employee, William Crabtree, next, judging by the handwriting. Then Jeffrey Krober and Kyle Guthitz? Guthrie, okay.
Hello, my name is William Crabtree. I've been an employee at the Oaks for almost 11 years now, and I'm a poker dealer. I have a great job, great coworkers, and our customers are a lot of fun to work with and work for. And being a poker dealer is a really good job. I can support my family and myself with no problem. As far as I know, we're not like regularly tipped employees. We have an agreement with the IRS that allows us to pay taxes on tips that are actually less than we actually make. Every day I bring home at least $200 cash. Even though my base pay is just a state minimum wage, I would say I make double what the proposed wage is of $14 an hour, or $14.42. Our job provides retirement, health care, bonuses at Christmas. It's a really good paying job, and I'm concerned that if the labor costs of the Oaks increases by more than 50%, they're going to lay people off, cut shifts, and it'll affect my job and my income and my being able to support myself and my family. I need this job, I enjoy it, and I hope you consider making a small exception for the gaming floor employees at the Oaks to the increase in the minimum wage in Emeryville. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Krober. I am the general manager of the Townhouse Bar and Grill in Emeryville. We've been in Emeryville for 25 years, and we are the go-to restaurant in Emeryville. Many of our employees are long-term. We've had one employee who's been here for all 25 years. The last time we hired an hourly employee was a year and a half ago. The current effect of I did a mock payroll increase for the new proposal. It would require us to come up with $25,000 additional revenue a month to cover the cost. Sorry, just spaced. That's going to be a hard burden. That's not even considering the increase or the sick leave. Our employees are paid well. We currently run a 38% labor cost. The industry standard is around 30%. We have 35 employees, and we'd like to stay in business. And that's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyle Guthrie, and I, along with my mom, Paula Skeen, we run Paula Skeen Designs, which is a family business that makes greeting cards. I'd like to encourage you guys to consider two changes to the current plan. One is an exemption for younger workers. For years, we've hired high school and college students to work part-time at our business. Almost without exception, we are their first job. While their starting pay is $9 an hour, they receive training and experience far richer than the $9 an hour we pay. They get to see from the inside all the workings of a small business, and my mom and I take the time to offer them training on a wide variety of topics, from accounting to being involved with designing of a new card to brainstorming marketing. We provide a first job and training that enables these people to emerge from school and their experiences equipped to get much higher paying jobs, and they do. And I know what you're currently looking at is a category that would just be for young people in government jobs or nonprofit jobs. I'd like you to also consider it for first-time people working in the private sector, perhaps those that are under the age of 22, and working, less than 20 hours a week. Those are the people most apt to fall into that first job category. They're not supporting a family. They're there for the experience, and I can't provide that at $12.24 an hour. The other thing I'd like to ask is the increase, the way it steps up. For us, we're a small business, so it would be $12.25 an hour, but that's a 36% increase overnight. We compete with companies that are all over the U.S. making cards in China they're not going to have that increase. I can't pass it along. So I'd like you to consider those two items. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Laughlin, Hilda Chavez, Nestor Cuellas.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Christy Laughlin, and I'm the director of the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy. It's a network of about 100 faith leaders and faith communities throughout the East Bay who care very deeply about the real crisis that our our communities are facing, and that being the escalating inequality in the region. And I'm here to speak out for so many of the congregations and faith leaders who are mobilizing in their own communities and congregations, and want to applaud your efforts of stepping up and setting higher standards for workers. It is really a social and moral imperative to address sub-poverty wages. And when we talk about $12.25 an hour, let's get real, we're talking a $25,000 annual income. And we need to find another way to measure profit margins, have to take into consideration, and we have to seek a new bottom line for the health of our communities, for the health of our families, for survival, for an inclusive Bay Area. So many families and the congregations are the ones asked to bear the burden of the safety net as workers suffer, and they are at the breaking point. And we really need to take a new direction, and we thank you for showing some courage and leadership. And I just kind of wish all folks here, the small businesses, could get together and rally around a phase-in that is higher for the corporations like Gap, Old Navy, Home Depot, and Target. And if we really rallied around a bigger collective vision, there would be more money in people's pockets to support the small businesses in the room. So I hope that we can take a collective view and a larger view and really help ask people who can afford to pay to be accountable. And I think a phase-in for those larger corporations that has been suggested could do that and help boost the economy for all the small businesses.
So, Hilda Chavez. Hilda.
So she's going to speak Spanish. I'm going to do the translation.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Hilda Chávez, trabajo en The Towers en Emeryville.
Good afternoon, and my name is Hilda Chavez. I work at The Towers here in Emeryville, the Watergate.
Okay, yo trabajo por más de 10 años ahí y tenemos unión, gracias a Dios. Por la unión tenemos un salario estable.
Yeah, I work there as a janitor. We had a union there. Thank you to the union, we had a good salary. Working 10 years as a janitor. Sorry, thank you.
Tenemos un seguro médico.
We have health insurance.
Pero aún con estos años que tenemos ahí, todavía yo no puedo ganar $15 la hora cuando...
Still working more than 10 years there, I'm still not making $15 an hour.
Esta noticia que él me dio a mí fue agradable porque justo es ganar por lo menos $15. Todo ha incrementado, la renta, la comida. ¿Quién puede sobrevivir con $10 o $11 la hora?
I think it's very important to earn $15 an hour because the living wage, living cost is very high here. So how can live with $10, $11 an hour?
Yo les doy gracias que puedan considerar esta propuesta y que tomen la mejor decisión para todos que nos pueda beneficiar. Gracias.
I want to thank everyone, you, for this proposal that support the $15 an hour.
Gracias.
You can go there. Sorry, my turn now. Yeah, my name is Nestor Cuellas. I am the field representative to SEIU, Service Employee International Union, the United Service Worker West. We represent about 3,000 workers, janitors workers in Alameda County. About 400 of them work here in Emeryville. They work big companies like Novartis, Grifols, Cliffs, the Watergate, when there's a lot of companies there. These are multi-million dollars companies that can pay the janitorial contractors like ABM, Pacific, GCA, living wage is the $15 an hour. To all the janitors here in Emeryville. Both the clients, we are talking about the big corporation here, and the contractor that are making huge profits. One example I can give you about the janitorial company here, ABM. That company in the last year make a profit 15% more than 2013. So from $30 million, they went to $35 million in 1 year. So all the workers of large businesses should be making $15 an hour. We support the small businesses that they have under 20 employees to start having a living wage of $12.25. Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah Esquivel, Shum Preston, Guadalupe Salazar.
Evening, Council and Mayor. I work at the Hilton Garden Inn in Emeryville. I've worked there for the last 10 years. What I would ask is that you guys remove the exemption for collective bargaining agreement. We have the city living wage Measure C. In our contract in 2008, we waived that. We were able to get better wages for our housekeepers and all of the hotel on the food and beverage side and the hotel side working together. We took less in wages for tip workers. We did a tip exemption on our own. If you take that away from us, that's less we have to bargain with when we come up in 2018. I've helped craft the current contract that we have right now that we took across the street to the Hyatt House, and they have the same contract. It was a copy-paste. 2005, the house was taking gratuities. They were taking, I think, 11%. Now we're up to 15.5% of the gratuities goes to the workers providing direct service to the guest. The house still gets a cut of the grat service that the workers get. I make $10.53 an hour. With the gratuities, I'm making over a living wage. The housekeepers, the maintenance workers, the front desk workers, they are not making a living wage. They are because we have negotiated lower wages for the tip workers in our contract. We've waived Measure C protections. They get a better benefits package. We have a pension. We pay nothing for Kaiser. We get a really good benefits package because of the contract. And I think if there is an exemption that says you don't have to pay your workers the living wage of Emeryville, that's something when we come to 2018, they're going to say, well, we don't have to pay you the living wage. We can, if they lock us out or we go on strike, immediately in 2018, they have to pay us the living wage, whatever it is at that time. If it's $15, if it's $16, whatever it's at, then that will bring them to the table and say, you know what, we'll go back to where we were. We'll go back to $11 an hour. But pay our health care.
Hello, Shum Preston with Service Employees Local 10-1. I've been working on the minimum wage for 2 years now, and I just want to make 3 quick points about the landscape and the context in which you're considering this bill. First of all, this is amazing. We now have consensus on raising the minimum wage. We've had the business community ask you to raise the minimum wage and quibble over details. That's an incredible change over 2 years. We're now at consensus on this policy in the Bay Area. Second, and I think the reason why that is because we're at a national consensus on the fight for 15. 63% of Americans want the minimum wage raised to 15. The way it was asked, it said right away, which is obviously much faster than anything being considered, but it is a consensus policy measure across the United States. The fight for 15 has been won in the mind of the American people. And then the third thing, just one warning, public policy warning. The California Restaurant Association is pushing this AB 669 that we've heard. I've got an article from Capital Maine. What they snuck into it was a dirty trick. If you don't mention AB 669, your law is preempted. So what they're doing is a dirty trick to get rid of all local minimum wage laws that we have right now in the state of California. So please be aware of that. If you have any questions, I got the article here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Guadalupe Salazar. I work for the fast food industry. I've been working there for 2.5 years. And I live in Oakland and work in Oakland. And for me, the 1225 increase that we just had on the minimum wage, it's amazing. I got to pay my rent in only one single payment and still got money in my pocket to put food on my table because I used to live on cup noodles, if lucky. My daughter asked me if we can go to the movies, and I say yes. And she was like, really? Yes, really. We can go to the movies and have ice cream and still have a little money in our pockets. And I was able to go on my own to eat outside, not cup noodles or anything like that. And I asked the people, how's the business after 1225? And they told me it's been amazing, better than ever. And I'm like, wow, it's good. It's good to have a minimum wage increase. It'll get the economy flowing. I got, after tax, I got before tax, about $500 more in my pocket. And for some people, that is our lives and risk not having that money. I was robbed at gunpoint when I was $8 per hour wage. I didn't have a car. I used to go to work at 3 a.m. in the morning. It was crazy, but now I can afford a car, put gas in it, pay the insurance. I would like to thank the people who got the great idea to increase the minimum wage. And I know for sure that if they increase the minimum wage here, I will come and have fun at the Oak Carts or somewhere like that, because I know I will be able to pay for it.
Shonda Roberts, Rochelle Monk, Jennifer Lynn.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Shonda Roberts. I've worked in the food service industry for 20 years. In 15 years, the food service industry has only seen a $4 increase, and that's appalling. The 1225 increase is a big improvement, but not enough. With this raise, I was able to buy some well-needed work shoes, which I wasn't able to do 2 years prior, not even 15 years prior, not even 20 years prior. So, and it alleviates a lot of the stresses on our fellow coworker, my fellow sister Guadalupe, worrying about putting food on your table versus paying your rent all in one lump sum. Thanks to the work of the Fast Food Workers Campaign, the workers and the leaders, making the sacrifices, it was a blessing to receive 1225. It's a blessing in Oakland, and I encourage all of our sister cities in the surrounding areas to adopt this minimum wage increase. And I thank you, council members, mayor, for even making this a priority on today's agenda. Thank you.
Is Rochelle Monk here? No. Okay, Jennifer.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Lynn. I'm with the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy. Our mission is to create a just economy here in the East Bay based on good jobs and healthy communities. I want to thank the council members and the staff for the diligent work that you've been doing. I just want to make 3 quick points. First, we believe that big box corporations that are here in Emeryville, these national, multinational corporations, can afford the $14.42 and get to $15 by 2018 with CPI adjustments after that. IKEA alone made $3.7 billion in profits last year, and they can afford to pay, a faster timeline to the $15. We also recognize that Emeryville small businesses are not IKEA, and that they that we would support a slower phase-in at $12.25, getting to $15 a year by 2018, so that everyone is at $15 in 3 years. We know that when workers make more money, that money circulates in local shops and restaurants, pizzerias, and cafes, and supports that local economy. And many workers, as you just heard, will have more money left over after paying rent, some basic needs. And I think we've heard a lot about what is a definition, who's large, who's big, who's small. I think one option is to consider what those big box chain stores can really pay for. And maybe it's a definition that includes a combination of number of employees and number of locations around the world. I also wanted to say, workers that you've heard from tonight, we're here in the Bay Area, in Emeryville, a city of innovation. Workers have been innovating for a long time to figure out how to make it on $9 an hour, how to make ends meet and pay for rent and pay for basics. And I think businesses should step up, and why can't they innovate as well? Figure out a way to pay their workers $15 an hour and be innovative in the Bay Area. Lastly, I just want to make sure that there are no exemptions or carve-outs and only phase-ins, that all workers, whether they're students, whether they're full-time, whether they're supporting children or not, deserve a raise. And also folks who make tips. We want to make sure that every worker gets a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauro Rivero, Karen Trung, Brian Carver.
Hi, council members. My name is Mauro Rivero. I'm one of the partners at Black Bear Diner here at Emeryville. And I'm going to deviate from my prepared comments because I agree a lot with what a lot of the supporters have said about increasing the wage. But I think what some of these folks and what you folks are trying to achieve is on the backs of us small businesses. And we understand, and I hope you folks as council members understand that the jobs that used to pay the good living wages are long gone. It's not your fault. It's not our fault. It's been forced upon us. Emeryville used to be an industrial town. They used to have good paying jobs, and the council here has encouraged nothing but service and retail, and not just this council, but in the last 30 years. I've been living here 40 years now, so I've seen the evolution of this town and what it used to be and what the East Bay used to be. We used to have many good paying industrial jobs, the auto plants, the clothing manufacturers. Levi's is no longer here. There's no more autos manufactured here. So I ask you to be considerate or be careful in what you are trying to achieve. We support an increase. 1442 would kill a particular business, not kill, it would hurt a business that I run, Black Bear Diner here in Emeryville on Powell and Christie. And we would have to deal with it. But I just hope that you folks would be more understanding between now and when you take your next vote and reading of the measure of what would be helpful and would be workable for the employees of Emeryville, the customers of Emeryville, and the businesses, because a 60% increase in labor costs would necessitate for us to have to increase costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Atkins and members of the council. My name is Karen Trong. My husband and I have been residents of Emeryville for the past 5 years. And 2 years ago, we opened our first restaurant, Jasmine Blossom, on Hollis and 65th. We are here to advocate for two things. Number one, aligning the definition of small business with the Affordable Health Care Act of 50 employees or less. And number two, a regional and gradual approach in increasing the minimum wage, specifically starting at $12.25. Our restaurant is relatively small, with 30 seats. Even though we have 20 employees on our payroll, there are no more than 8 or 9 people working at a time. As a result, we do not qualify as a small business according to this proposed ordinance. Therefore, we strongly encourage the council to redefine small business as 50 or fewer. Our employees are like family to us, and we want them to thrive financially and live with dignity. Our employees in the kitchen already make more than the $9 minimum wage, and I recognize that the council has the best of intentions when it comes to proposing a living wage to lift people out of poverty. However, it relies on the assumption that the workers will still be allowed to keep all of their hours. The reality is, with the proposed wage increase, on top of the proposed paid sick leave, it will force us to rethink our business model, which would include cutting down on our employees' hours. A $14.42 hourly wage by July 1st will prove to be challenging for our business and ultimately our employees. Instead, we would like to see a more gradual increase to allow us time to adapt, similar to the Oakland's program, where we would start out at $12.25 per hour. Thank you for making it fair for Emeryville employees and fair for small business.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Atkin, members of the City Council. My name is Brian Carver. I'm a resident of Emeryville. As of March 2015, the Gallup polling agency reported that a mere 18% of Americans approve of the way Congress is handling its job. The Public Policy Institute of California released polling results that same month, showing that only 39% of likely California voters approve of the job our California legislature is doing. So especially at the national level, but also at the state level, there's a sense that partisan bickering and disagreeing for the sake of winning a news cycle has just paralyzed our government at its highest levels. They can't get anything done. There's even a recent story about some fourth graders who proposed to the New Hampshire legislature that they make the red-tailed hawk the state raptor, and the students traveled to the Capitol to watch their bill be considered, and it got argued down by a bunch of bickering state legislatures. They couldn't even get together and find consensus for the kids. But local municipal government can still do meaningful work for their constituents. You can do something important tonight. Even when our national and state leaders are consistently letting us down, you can make a real difference in the daily lives of people working right here in Emeryville. I especially want to thank Mayor Atkin for framing this debate about a living wage. If we assume that someone works at the minimum wage full-time for a year, say roughly 2,000 hours, which is hard to do, right? You just take off holidays. But at the state minimum wage of $9 an hour, that's just $18,000 a year. Who can afford to live in the Bay Area on $18,000 a year? For a single mom I know with 2 kids, this is poverty. So you can fiddle with the details, but the important thing is to do something now. It's going to be a couple $100 for somebody who's right on the edge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm nearing the end of the people who've submitted speaker cards, so if you want to speak, go ahead. I'll give you one more chance to submit a card before, and then I'll call on you before I close off. Over to the city clerk. Next is William Woods, Kaivan Sabeshi, April Atencio.
Hi, my name is William Woods. I'm the regional manager for Denny's Restaurants right here in Emeryville, as well as all of Southern California and parts of Northern California, all the way up to Antioch. And I have been in this area now for a few years, especially moving up here into the Northern Bay area. And as a Denny's associate, one thing we do also look at, same as my partner here at the Blackbird Diner, we do have what they call the low profit margins based on what we do with our pricing. And last year, we've done some changes, and there's a couple of things that you may not be taking into factors. In the west part of Los Angeles, near Los Angeles Airport, that particular annex part of Los Angeles decided to do a minimum wage increase. When they did the minimum wage increase, it increased crime by 15% in the first 3 months due to the nature of where they're at. West parts of Los Angeles are surrounded by cities of Inglewood, Compton, Watts, Laguna, and parts of the East LA area. This brought the people from that portion of the city over to the area to be what they call the gallopers on top of the people who are making the wage. That's one area I would like you to think about as well. In all of the proposals, I see nothing on crime, anything on legislation for increased crime changes or any increases for the police forces as well. So please take the model of the West LA near the LAX area as a model for that, something maybe our police force can do here in the town as well. Two other things I'd like to bring up as well is that this increase to the $14.42, we are not really up for right now as a restaurant chain. Obviously, we are a national chain. We're not, we're not Home Depot, but we're Denny's. Last year, we did make profit. Yes, that's part of what we do for business, is we do make profit. But with that, with the way we are right now with 44 employees, she did ask how many we have. By the time we do that pay increase, we're looking to change our labor by $250,000. So that's a lot. Our employees will be making the same as teachers right here in Emeryville.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Kevin Tsubegi. I worked at the Hyatt House in 2013, where I was a server in the restaurant. I made the living wage, I think it was $12 an hour, and made tips. But with tips and the minimum wage or living wage, I still couldn't afford to pay my rent, which was $550. I rented a room in Oakland, Emeryville border on San Pablo and San Pablo West. San Pablo and 29th. And my roommate also, who's a minimum wage worker, it was struggled to make rent. So we eventually, after living there for 5 years, I got evicted during my time at Hyatt House. I worked in restaurants since I was 16. I worked 2 jobs at 16 when I was in high school. My sister worked 2 jobs when she was in high school. And my other sister worked jobs throughout high school and college, put herself through college, and still couldn't make enough money to pay for her college or pay for anything. I don't think there should be a tip credit for servers, because there are times where servers don't make enough money. Most of the coworkers I worked with, I worked at Pyramid Brewery in Berkeley for 1.5 years when I got out of the Army. Most of those workers worked 2 jobs, sometimes 3 jobs. I refused to work 2 jobs, so I worked 7 days a week, doubles every day, where I didn't have time to eat, didn't have, barely had time to sleep, couldn't take care of pets or anything, and I was doing that during a minimum wage, and with tips. I hear a lot today about the big or small businesses' bottom line. And I think that small businesses have a responsibility not only to not poison their customers or the people who come patron their place, but also to the employees to make sure that they can afford a living wage. Thank you.
Hi, my name is April Atencio. I'm an 11-year resident of Emeryville, and I'm also on the steering...
Lower the mic, April.
So short. I forget I'm short. And I'm also on the steering committee of Rural Residents United for a Livable Emeryville, and so I'm speaking on their behalf, Rural's behalf. Rural believes strongly that an increase in the minimum wage is long overdue. While we share many's concern about small businesses and their ability to survive, we feel it is crucial to weigh that against the well-being of workers who struggle daily to pay for the bare necessities like housing and food on a meager $9 or less an hour. So we enthusiastically support the proposal by eBase that small businesses increase the minimum wage for their workers to $12.25 an hour beginning July 1st, with a commitment to pay them $15 an hour by 2018. While we feel it is reasonable to give small businesses some time to adjust to the increase, we do not feel the same accommodation should be provided to large businesses. Rural supports the increase to minimum wage by those businesses to $14.42 as of July 1st, with a commitment to increase that rate to $15 by 2018. Those businesses should include all big box retail like IKEA and Home Depot, chain stores and franchises, and the Oaks Card Club and large-scale hotels. We believe there should be no exceptions or carve-outs, and that there should be a system in place to ensure workers receive service charges collected by management. It's time for Emeryville, where there is so much economic activity and wealth, to pay a living wage to the people who live here. Yay. And now speaking as me and as an individual, I like the definition of small businesses as being 20 employees and 20 locations. That, I think, most of the small businesses that spoke up tonight, that would discount them, most of them. I also don't like assuming that minors aren't supporting their households. I've seen that be true. Thanks.
That's it. Sherry Washburn, Laura McCamey, Robert Lehman.
Hi, Mayor Atkins and City Council. Thank you for hosting and opening this debate. I think it's really important. My name is Sherry Washburn. I own a food truck that not only vends in Emeryville, but we're located here. All of my kitchen operations are here, and I have 10 employees. We already pay our employees. Our starting rate is already equal to the Oakland minimum wage. We've always believed in paying our employees a decent wage, a living wage, and in order to attract and retain employees. We've had minimal turnover for this type of business. $14.40, $14.50 an hour would either force us to leave Emeryville or close our business altogether. So that would be 10 Emeryville employees who were earning a decent wage who would no longer be. We're definitely in support of a regional model for a minimum wage that matches the Oakland $12.25 an hour. If we were to increase all of our wages relative the same way, I don't remember who it was earlier, had a graph showing his wages would be flat. We wouldn't do that because we use our wages as a way to motivate and incentivize, but also reward our employees. So if we were to increase it at the, to have the same, oh my God, thank you. We would have employees who we could no longer afford to employ. Our margins are razor thin. I think that the issue of minimum wage is really important. I think all of this discussion about the multinational corporations and big box stores, those are the people that have the profit margins to pay their employees. Small businesses like ours, we just don't. And it will end up being passed on to the consumer, but we'll also have to modify our...
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Laura McCamey. I'm an Emeryville resident, and I make a lot more than minimum wage. I don't think I could live here on that. I want to say that the National Low Income Housing Coalition has estimated that in California, you have to work about 130 hours a week at minimum wage to afford housing. That's to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. I want to say that I don't want my comfort to come at the expense of my fellow citizens. I totally support small businesses. I understand it's very hard to run a small business. But I will tell you that since the minimum wage has been increased in San Francisco and Oakland, restaurant prices have gone up. My eating out habits haven't changed one bit, and I'm fine. It hasn't impacted me negatively. I want to encourage the council not to do carve-outs for youth or for tipped workers, to include a same minimum for everyone. I would encourage you not to do the healthcare stuff they were talking about. I think that's not necessary now that we have the ACA, and it's complex. It adds administrative costs for everybody. I would encourage a bigger definition of small business. I think 10 is pretty small. I would love to include more of the local businesses in the definition of small business in the law. And I want to say that I think something interesting has happened. That I was at the Oakland, I covered living wage in Oakland as a reporter at the Oakland Chamber of Commerce before the Lift Up proposal was adopted. They really wanted to step up to $12.25. They were freaking out, honestly, the chamber was. And now that doesn't seem radical at all. And I'm going to say that when Berkeley adopts their $15, then everyone's going to freak out, but it's not going to seem radical once it goes in and the earth doesn't collapse. And I want to say that some of the business owners have quoted the UC Berkeley Labor Center studies that show, and to say that, or one of the business owners did, to say that that it's incorrect, and I've been seeing this going around, but I will say that what those studies have shown is that when minimum wages go up, On average, it doesn't have a negative effect on businesses. There may be some businesses that are negatively affected, but there were businesses that were negatively affected by a lot of economic factors. And I don't think it's a great idea to have a business where the business model is to impoverish their employees. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Lehman. I work as a server at the Claremont Hotel, and I am a member of Unite Here, Local 2850. Many of my fellow union members work here in Emeryville at the Hyatt House and the Hilton Garden Inn. We strongly support the City Council's effort to establish a strong minimum wage in Emeryville. We strongly oppose efforts to weaken the draft ordinance or carve out certain workers. I am a tipped worker, and I know how difficult it can be to get by on tips alone. I am fortunate to have a strong union contract with affordable health insurance, pension, job security, paid vacation, and so on. But many servers at chain restaurants in Emeryville and elsewhere depend on tips that are often inconsistent and unreliable, just to pay their bills and get by. These workers need an increased minimum wage. It is reasonable to provide a phase-in for small local businesses, but don't forget about the many restaurant workers at chain restaurants whose particular locations may have fewer than 20 workers, but which are part of big profitable national chains. And I thank you for your leadership and your efforts to support low-wage workers in Emeryville.
Thank you. Krishna Hanks, Antonio Aguilar, Ryan Moore.
Hi, I'm Krishna Hanks. I'm the co-owner with my husband, Robert Surenbrook of East Bay Pilates. We've been a business in Emeryville since 2005, so 10 years this year in March. While our business will not currently be forced to make changes, it is possible that this would be the case in the future. We work on a different model. We work with independent contractors. However, we do have 2 full-time employees, 2 part-time employees, 1 intern, and we run a certification program offering training so other people can get employment via us at our studio. But first and foremost, I think you're putting small businesses in Emeryville at a lesser competitive advantage. This, in my opinion, is a little bit reckless and unfair to those businesses that have already invested in our community and have provided needed services as well as jobs to the area. In addition, any action that puts a small business in a negative light, whether it be a food service business or any other business, affects our business as well. While people may say their eating habits haven't changed when the living wage goes up, it just might affect how many clients come into our studio. It has a knock-on effect on our business. I think that the council should be doing everything to promote small business, not put it in a negative light. So my question is, and I agree with the woman from Yasmin, why not do a slower regional approach where we're alike, we're not at a lesser competitive advantage, and why not keep that at a pace that is really reasonable? I couldn't, if I was operating on the minimum wage, I couldn't afford a 60% increase. We would lose our 2 part-time people. And I just want you to think about those people in a perspective. We have 1 young mom, we have another woman as a part-time person who's a dancer doing her dance. We work with them. We have people who want a part-time job because then they can do something else, like raise their kids or have another career. We also have an intern in that way. If it was our small business, we wouldn't be able to accept that.
All right. Antonio Aguilar.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Antonio Aguilar, and I'm an employer here. I have a small restaurant, and I'm happy with the 12.25 increase like in Oakland. I have a restaurant in Oakland, and it has impacted us in some way, in the negative way. Increasing the wages to $14.42 an hour is going to be tremendously impacted in the negative way. So I will ask you to consider do the increase in a gradual manner, but not as a 30% increase in just one time. Thank you.
Ryan Moore here?
I don't need to go, actually.
No? Okay. Alyssa Pappas, Steve Gilbert, Betty Williams.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Pappas. I'm the HR manager of McPherson's. We're a multi-state employer, but based in Emeryville. We've got 50 employees here, 175 employees nationwide. I just wanted you to consider the timing and the phase-in of the changes that you're considering, specifically related to the sick pay. We're working to be sure that we'll be in compliance with the California law that's going into effect July 1st. When we are a larger employer, we are working, it's not a small thing to change the sick pay program that we're rolling out to our employees. The business cost, writing up new policies, getting those out to our employers, working with our payroll providers. And right now you're putting us at a disadvantage with not making a decision on this until late May, with an effect going in, with this going to affect July 1st. Right now, we're trying to do everything we can. We believe in, providing sick pay and good benefits to our employees. We're trying to do that. We're trying to be sure we'll be in compliance with the state law. With not knowing if there's going to be a change that would affect one small, one subset of our employees, we're faced with either putting all of our efforts on hold until we decide, if we're going to have to redo this again, or continuing and, having to roll this out again at the last minute. So we just ask you to think about the timing, as everyone else has mentioned, a more reasonable phase-in time for the minimum wage. We'd like you to think about the same, the impact that you're having for employers that are trying to, they're undergoing this change right now in regards to preparing for the sick pay.
Thank
you. Mayor Atkins and City Council. My name is Steve Gilbert. I'm a resident of Oakland, but I do come here and shop very often. And I have a lot at stake in the issue of minimum wage, and I want to tell you about that. It's a personal story. Today is the 7th. The 9th, in 2 days, will be the 8th anniversary of my youngest son's murder. He was murdered here in Oakland. And you can ask me why, and it was for no reason or nothing that he had done. He was working at the Chevron refineries. He'd come home from a shift work, stopped at a friend's house, had a few beers, went around the corner, and someone came up behind him with a shotgun and shot him twice. This is a tragedy. And it's a tragedy that really did not need to happen, but it happens all too often in Oakland and in other areas, urban cities. And you can ask me a bigger question, well, what was the motive? What happened here? Why? And I can't answer that because they never caught anybody, on the one hand. On the other hand, I know exactly why this happened. It's because I live in an area of East Oakland, and that's similar to urban areas all over the country, where the culture of violence exists. And it exists there because it's a mode of survival when there aren't adequate opportunities for people to move forward, to have decent life, to have a decent wage. And so I'm very proud to have worked with Lift Up Oakland, and I'm very proud of you guys for the stands that you're taking and the efforts that you're making to change this circumstance. Something that happens in Emeryville has an effect in Oakland because many people work here and go there. So the raising the minimum wage to $12.25 is a good start for everyone. I do believe that bigger businesses should pay more, and I believe that we should move forward as rapidly as reasonable, considering the needs of small businesses, to more than $15 an hour. And that is a very important step in alleviating the poverty and conditions that caused my son's murder. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Betty Williams, and I represent National Holistic Institute, the Massage Therapy School in Emeryville. We employ approximately 45 to 48 students who are working in order to pay their tuition. We pay them, our salary ranges from $9 to $14.50 an hour. Only 2 of those students receive the $14.50 an hour. Most of the students are working in our public massage clinic. They make $12.50 an hour. They are serving the community by doing massage, and we only charge $30 to $35 for our massages in our public clinic. Most of our clients are senior citizens. We barely cover our expenses with what we are bringing in with the reduced rate. And I've been working there for 13 years, and we've never raised our rates. If we are not able to get an exemption for our students as employees, we'll be raising our rates for our community for their massages. And most of those people will be the senior citizens who are on fixed incomes, which will create a problem for them. So we're asking for an exemption for our student employees who are working to pay their tuition. They're not supporting families. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Tina Tung, Tim Sutherland, Marilyn. Would that be Boucher? Or?
Boucher.
Is it Boucher?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Ready? All right, my name is Tina. I'm here from Baskin-Robbins. I'm a co-owner with my partner here, Abby. So I would like to say that if I'm the top number one richest people here, then I would say let's do this minimum wage increase to $14.42 immediately. But the truth is, by raising the minimum wage to that amount, Baskin-Robbins in Emeryville has been here for more than 13 years. Will need to shut down because we simply cannot afford this. We hire people out of Bread Project from Oakland where they done something bad before, but we give them a second chance. We hire first-time college or high school kids, no experience, first-time job for them. You know, we try to do as much as we can to help the city, but with this minimum wage increase, we won't survive, and we simply just have to shut down. Or we will have to invest in other technologies to help us do our business. You've seen yogurt shop, you've seen specialties kiosks, which they take order. We spend more than $100,000 in the labor. So with more than $20,000, you can get automatic cake decorating machine. This is what we will do. And with $100,000, you can probably get ice cream scooping machine that will replace all the labor force. We really would not like to do that, but if we're faced with closure, shutting down, that's the only choice we have. So it's obvious to me that the problem is not how much money they're bringing in. The problem is really the rent. The rent is so high. The money, the chunk, I'm a business owner. I work the hardest. I work 7 days a week, and I can't even afford living in Emeryville. I have the business, I can't even afford living here. Not to say other people living around here or want to live in Emeryville. I can't afford that, so no matter how much we give them, if their rent is so high, then people are gonna feel poor. There's no other way, so.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Adkin, and Council. My name is Tim Sutherland. I'm the General Manager of the Watergate Community. That's the large condo complex in Emeryville. I'm only here tonight to speak about the wage and benefit data as it relates to our 33 non-exempt union-affiliated employees at Watergate. We've been a union shop for 40 years, and today I had an interview with an entry-level employee candidate, and he was telling me about his $9 an hour minimum wage job, and throughout the interview process went very well. At the end, I told him that our union starting wage for the position was $13 an hour, so that would be below the $14.42, but well above the $12.25. He thanked me profusely, was so grateful to have a fresh start and to have a job at Watergate. I said, but we're not done yet, though. Since we've had 36 years of collective bargaining, we're under 2 bargaining agreements, we pay almost $6 an hour in health care benefits, which is 85% of the premium for the employee and their families, 52 cents an hour in pension benefits, 2 weeks of paid vacation, 72 hours of paid sick leave, and 11 paid holidays a year. He couldn't believe it. So my question is, or my concern is that the collective bargaining agreements that Watergate and the board have negotiated over 36 years be protected, because we really want to continue to do a good job with wages and benefits for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Boucher. My husband and I own a small business here in Emeryville, the Broken Rack. Currently, we employ 25 people, including ourselves. It's the full-time equivalent of 12. I'm really here to echo what a lot of people have said. as the owner of Jasmine Blossom said very succinctly, we're for defining small business as 50 or under, as is in the ACA, and we are for starting small businesses no higher than 1225 and extending that either by the CPA or at the very least out 3 years, as in the 2018 that people are talking about, as opposed to 18 months, which is a really unreasonable escalation after a very big hike. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I guess, we were losing our lease. We were deciding whether we were going to close, relocate, where we would go. And we decided we wanted to stay in Emeryville because despite the corporatization, in fact, because of it, we felt that this would be a community and a city that would be supportive of small businesses. And when we applied for our CUP for this, our new location, and when we asked the City Council for access to the Greenway, they were supportive of us. But if you were to put us at a $14.42 minimum wage, that is not supportive of small business. If we had anticipated that Emeryville City Council would want to raise the minimum wage to the highest in the nation within a year of us are moving, we would never have tried to stay in Emeryville. And other small local businesses will not want to stay either if you pursue that course. I want to thank the speaker for the East Bay Alliance for Sustainable Economy for, I don't know if I got the name right, for endorsing the position that our small businesses are taking, that we support 1225.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to mess up these names, but I believe they're the owners of the Bureau 510 and Summer. So Oranuk Chats, I'm sorry, but I got your businesses right? Sorry about that. And James.
It's Thai name, so it's supposed to be hard. Okay, so thank you for giving me a chance to speak up tonight. So my name is Oranuch, and I have a Thai restaurant on Holly Street called Summer. I think some of you may have gone to my restaurant, and we have been here for almost 6 years now. And I have about 16 employees, and 18 including myself and my husband. And when I heard about the minimum wage increase, I just couldn't believe it. 60% increase in 12 months is, we're going to be the highest in the country and even higher than San Francisco. And I don't want to give up yet. And I was trying to find a way, how do we survive in the hike of this? So one thing is you have to pass through the cost, meaning I have to increase my menu price by maybe about 20%. And 90% of my lunch business is the people who work in Emeryville. And I hope that they can come to my restaurant. Many of my regular customers, they come 3 times per week, or sometimes 5 days per week. And I want them to come back because our food is so affordable. When you talk about 20% increase, everything will be more than $10, plus tax, plus tips, right? Also, 90% of my dinner guests, also the people who live here. We have a lot of people who bike or who walk to my restaurant. And I don't want to turn them away by increase the menu price. They will just stay home. You don't want the city to be so quiet. You want people to come out and eat. You want people to interact in this city. Another thing that I can think of is I have to cut down my operation hours. So we now open 7 days a week. We now open 7 days a week, and we open Saturday and Sunday. You can count how many restaurants that open on Sunday. We still want to be open on Sunday. If you increase our minimum wage increase, then we will have to maybe close on Sunday. And you see a really quiet street on Holly Street, and I don't think that that's what you want to have. So I'm support of the regional minimum wage, and I think you have to have a good, reasonable time to apply this hike. Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Hansan Kaskun. I'm a co-owner of the Bureau 510. After we opened Summer, we believe in the potential of the city and the area. Even though, just want to offer our story as well. We struggle. We've been here 2.5 years now. Have 15 employees. First 2 years, we don't make any money. This past couple months, it's getting better, but this hike is going to hurt us quite a bit. So, like everyone is saying, it's just a really, really drastic jump. I also prepare some chart for you guys to take a look at, just to add to the chart that was presented earlier. We just want to focus on that 12 months period of how drastic the hike is going to be. So look at Berkeley, it's only 11%. Lift up Oakland, 36% within a year. We're doing 60% overnight increases. I don't think we can survive of such a hike like that. So I'm still supportive of minimum wage increase. After all, those are the people that help us build the restaurant. But such a hike like this is unbearable.
Thank you. Joan Strasser. Hold on. Trish Rovadani. John Nemmel.
Joan Strasser, resident of Emeryville. Just speaking for myself, I almost couldn't believe when Rob said that, or Arya said that nobody from one of the big box stores was here tonight. So I've stayed all this time and absolutely not one person from those stores has come. So I think that they should definitely have their wages raised immediately to $14.25, since they don't seem to have any objection to that. As for the smaller businesses, when I heard about one business with 53 workers and felt, oh my God, 3 workers will have to be laid off because they got to stay within 50, much less 20. It seemed to me that that's so disparate from the big box stores that aren't here tonight that it could be put up to 100, and that would include pretty much all of the small businesses that have spoken here tonight. There really hasn't been anybody who said I have 110 employees that has spoken. So it makes to me more sense that we really get the big box stores who have the tons of money and didn't arrive tonight, expand the number of people that a business can have as to be on the lower tier without worrying about whether they have 50 workers or 53 workers. And also the men whose mother had the card store, I think there should be some possibility for specifics for internships. Definitely high school students should be paid, could be paid differently. There can be a little more flexibility, and I don't believe that any of you expected the 1442. I think it was, as one person put it to me, kind of a bargaining chip to start out with, but it's wonderful that everybody agrees with the $12 and something. I haven't heard any business complain about that. So I think we're great in Emeryville, and we can do this and make it really work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trish Brovadani. I'm representing Head Over Heels Gymnastics. Has been in Emeryville for years and years, and we serve over 1,600 children. Our mission is to keep gymnastics affordable and accessible. We give out $75,000 a year in scholarships to people who can't afford to take classes. We have 50 employees but of those employees, about 15 of them are high schoolers. 15 to 17-year-olds who work summer camps during their breaks, Thanksgiving breaks and holidays. And when we analyzed our payroll, by giving those 15 to 17-year-olds the minimum wage hike would cost us $50,000. We're a break-even business because what we earn in profit, we put back into it, give back in scholarships, and that $50,000 is meaningful to our company. So we would have to cut classes, we would have to cut scholarships, we would not be able to serve as many in our community. But I think an even larger unintended consequence, if you don't provide for a youth exception, is that those youth won't either have the opportunity to work, because for that rate we're going to hire someone more experienced, or when the full-time employees come and ask for a raise, we have to say, we're losing money, we can't afford to give you, who are supporting families, who are starting to have children, a raise because we're operating at a loss. So I please ask you to make an exception for minors. Thank you.
It's John Nemmels.
Right here.
Okay.
Hi, I have a small manufacturing business in Emeryville with about 50 employees, and I do support increase in a minimum wage. And let me just say this, when I came to this country in 1966 with $20 in my pocket, I was so happy to be here because Americans were very friendly. They were undertaking people, inventive people, they were wealthy. They were very generous, and they were protecting the whole world. They could do it because they were economically very strong. So I grew up in peace, and thanks to the Americans, when I was born, my mom got a birth certificate which was stamped with the Red Cross, American Red Cross. Okay, so basically, America was very prosperous. However, things have changed. Now I look at America, $18 trillion in debt. I don't know if the statistics is correct. Then you have $110 trillion unfunded liabilities. The good jobs are gone somewhere, probably overseas, and you ask why. When I hear to government, federal government talking, we need to get the manufacturing jobs back. Well, I mean, because the manufacturing jobs are gone overseas, that's why the prosperity is gone. Now, federal government doesn't do anything about it. The two political parties, they're bickering about this and that. Now, I think that if you want to have a manufacturing business, if you want to support manufacturing business, we need to do it right here and right now. If you increase our wage, minimum wage, from $9 to $14, we are not only increasing the people who work for minimum wage in our business, we're also affecting the wages of the people who make $15, who make $18, who make $22 per hour. And they're going to say, well, that guy, he doesn't show up, 5 times a week at work, and he gets an increase of $5.40. How about me? I have busted my chops. Where am I?
That's your time. Thank you.
So anyhow,
that's your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Betsy Cooley and Selena Gonzalez, and that will conclude public comment.
No, my name is anonymous. I would like to comment.
Betsy?
Betsy Cooley, resident. I just wanted to say once again that I support 1225 start, but I'd like to see it gradually move up to $15 in 2018. And if you do decide to go with the small business, large business, I definitely think it should be more than 10. I'm not sure exactly how you cut that off. I know people talk about the big box stores. If there's some way to carve that out, because I think that probably they can afford something higher. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Selena Gonzalez.
Hi. Can you hear me? Selena Gonzalez. I'm the wife of one of the 3 owners of Black Bear Diner here in Emeryville. And this is impromptu. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I did want to say that I know that you're in your positions because you have been elected to your positions because you have the sensibility to listen to what's really going on here. And overwhelmingly tonight you've heard the pleas of small business people and community members who are also concerned about this incredible hike in minimum wage that is so fast and accelerated so fast. I support, and my partners support, the regional minimum wage. And what I really wanted to say here is please fix your definition of what constitutes a small business. People have talked the difference between small business and big box, and my worry is somebody included into that phrase of big box, well, the franchises. Not all franchises are big box. Now, for example, Baskin-Robbins ice cream. Here's 2 lovely young ladies who have saved all their lives and are struggling to keep this business thriving. They are not a franchisor of this magnanimous, huge corporation. They are franchisees of this corporation, just like we are individual owners of of Black Bear Diner. We're not Black Bear Diner. I don't know about Denny's or some of these other guys, but don't confuse those two phrases is what I'm here to ask you. And please do consider that one gentleman said something about how surprised he was that all of a sudden everybody's in favor of a minimum wage hike. Well, I think that's, I think he's misleading us here. It's not that people are insensitive and don't have heart. We all do. We all love our employees. They're the ones who, we couldn't be here without them, and we recognize that. We really do. And I'm looking into your eyes right now, every one of you, and I plead with you to please do the right thing here. Please.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. We'll take a 5-minute break. You didn't submit a speaker's card.
My name and the Brown Act says that you don't have to give your name to speak at public meetings.
You didn't submit a card.
That's because it asks for my name. I don't want to give my name. The Brown Act, let me remind you, the Brown Act says you do not have to give your name.
That's true, but you could have said, you could have filled out a card with some other identifier. So I could call on anonymous.
Okay, well then you should make that clear.
You didn't do
But
that.
you should make that clear, because you can't require people to give their names, nor even,
2 minutes, go.
nor even by coercion.
You could start his time.
So please obey the Brown Act. Okay, so the City Council recently, I presume, or the staff took it upon themselves to spend taxpayer money to notify every single business in Emeryville about these meetings we're talking about the minimum wage. So I guess that's to be admired, because you're increasing transparency and encouraging them to participate. What I want to know, where was the letter to the residents? Where was the letter to the workers in Emeryville? The workers and the residents didn't get a letter, and so I think you were remiss. And this is a special favor to businesses, and I don't think you should be doling out special favors to any special interest group. And so I think that was wrong. I think you should treat everybody equally and fairly when it comes time to public meetings. Okay, we heard a lot of talk here tonight. Every business person, small and large, talking about how they love $12.25 an hour. So what I would like to ask is, well, where were they a couple years ago? Well, how come they couldn't raise their rates to their workers that they claim to love so much a couple years ago? Clearly, the $12.25, everyone being on board with that, that's a tactic, because they realize that it's impolitic and they won't get away with asking for less than that. So clearly, so basically these businesses are up here today. I think that they are misrepresenting the facts about their business. They're all claiming that they run out of business, they can't do it. The money is involved here. It's a great corrupting influence. They say that they love $12.25 now, and where were they a couple years ago? I just don't think you can trust this information.
Thank you, anonymous person. Okay, we've been sitting for 2.5 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute stretch break. Thank you. We'll come to order and continue the meeting.
Thank you, Betsy. They're going to talk about several things, and I didn't see this on the script. I
I want to thank everybody who came out tonight, and we definitely got a picture of a number of the smaller businesses in town, and want to thank you for your time tonight and taking you away from whatever your evening plans were. I do think there's a consensus that we want to do a phase-in, and that we could go one of two ways. We could either write an ordinance that affects large businesses and just define what a large business is, or we could do basically an ordinance that starts with our living wage and accepts what a small business is and further define that. I think there's unanimity that 10 employees is too small. So thank you for weighing in, and it was noteworthy to see with all the public comment and emails that we got that there did seem to be an emerging consensus around some of the parameters of how we go about being regional and approach a living wage. So with that, there are staff has asked for clarification on a number of these things, and we can either go with a proposal or just not go through these discussion questions one by one.
How does everyone else want to do it? You want to go through the...
I think one by one makes more sense in case some of our decisions affect the other, where we sit with other ideas.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that too.
Okay. So first question, shall our ordinance, however it ends up being drafted, take effect July 1?
I would like to say that based on all of the feedback that I've heard from the community, that October 1st is a more reasonable time to begin, either with a living wage, a minimum wage, or a phase-in. However we begin, I think what I've heard from the public is that we need some stability and predictability regardless of the number that we end up at. So I'd like to pose October 1st, which is, I don't know if it was necessarily a staff recommendation, but a number that staff provided, or a date.
I could support that October 1st date as a first date. I know as a small business person myself that I have contracts that are months in advance, and planning is helpful, and a little bit more time really makes a difference in a small business. So I really agree with that October 1st as a reasonable date.
Would both of you still go with October 1 if we crafted an ordinance that basically was generous enough with defining a small business that they wouldn't go to 1442 in July?
Yeah, I'm wondering about this, and I'm still, considering up here July 1st or October 1st. For me, it is dependent on that, what the phase-in looks like. I think small businesses, and if we're talking about the floor being $12.25 for them, then I think I want to give them. I want to make sure that not just the businesses that are here, but the businesses that are coming in have a certain sense of predictability. And I would be maybe open to October 1st as well. But I've been really grateful when I've been out talking to small businesses in the community. They've let me know, many of them, that they're already paying $12.25, right? That they've already lifted up to the Oakland level. And so I'm not sure how much of a jump that constitutes by July 1st for many of them. It may be a reach, but in the interest of getting this done quickly, getting it done in a predictable fashion, and also knowing that 3 months' wages for a low-income worker at $12.25 is going to equal over $1,000. That's a big difference, right, for the workers. So I would prefer to do July 21st, but that's contingent on July 1st, rather. That's contingent on small businesses starting off at $12.25.
So let's, we're an even number here. I tend to, because the vice mayor is excused tonight. So I think we have an even split about the timing, but perhaps we can just deal with our definitions.
I agree. Why don't we talk about all of the provisions?
Yes.
And just see where we are.
Okay, yeah.
All right. All right. So there are some businesses in town for whom the Emeryville living wage doesn't cause a problem, and I think so. And for lack of a better term, we'll call them large businesses. So I think they can easily absorb a $14.42 come July 1.
Yeah.
So do we want to draft an ordinance where we define what a large business is and have that ordinance just apply to them, or do we want to do a small business definition with a more gradual phase-in?
I'd like to do a small business definition.
Okay. Do you have a proposal?
What would you offer up, Scott?
Well, I think the 50 seems like a logical number. Having it that would cover every restaurant we heard from just about, and this is like the most stressed industry, and I think that 50 is a good number.
Okay.
I like the feeling of that number. There are a lot of the restaurants and businesses that spoke tonight would be captured by that number. For those who are right on the line, I'm just putting this idea out. I'm fearful of stopping them from expanding if they were able to hire just a couple more people. So I would love to give them the leeway, just because I did, on our quick break, speak to one of the owners of the Black Bear Diner, and they're at 48 employees. And if, for instance, we don't adequately define full-time versus part-time employees, they may ride that line. And I think our intention is to capture a lot of these businesses that we've heard from tonight, and by email and in person in these past weeks. So my instinct is to just be slightly more generous than that, maybe 55.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. All right.
I'm still sitting with this because for me, it's not, now we're talking not just about the initial rate, but I'm wondering about what the phase-in schedule is going to look like. I'm less worried about the numbers. When I look at a track that gets us to $15 in 2018, right? Then I think that people can take advantage of the phase-in. They have this predictability, and we all know what trajectory we're working with, right? The direction that we're moving in. So 55 might be like in the wheelhouse of what is a small business for me, but it's also again dependent on that phase-in. When folks talk about Lift Up Oakland, I'm very grateful for that measure because it shifted the conversation in our region. But the the initial raise that people get erodes. They don't get another phase in. They're just keeping up. And it's truly a minimum wage. It's not a living wage, right? And even a living wage, all it allows you to do is just kind of live, right? It doesn't allow you to save. It's not something that's going to be a lever into the middle class necessarily. And so I look at Oakland, and I'm grateful that they have that as a floor, but I continue to, as I read and think about this, see the wage gap as something that needs a more aggressive policy. When we talk about keeping our businesses competitive in town, one of the ways which we're unfortunately competitive right now with San Francisco is that San Francisco's poverty rate is 13.8%. And Alameda County's is 12.9. These are historic highs in the region, right? Double digits. And I think it requires something more than lift up. My hope would be that, just like some people have mentioned, that a consensus develops around getting to 15 in 2018. And for me, when I look at the living wage, I also, if we go to 15 in 2018 for small businesses, it's that next year, 2019, in which we can meet the living wage with small and large business. The trend lines can meet in 2019. The increase will be, of the scale of the previous years. So I'm looking not just to do CPI after 15. What I'm hoping for is that 2015 or 2018 gets us to $15 and 2019 gets us to a living wage in Emeryville. So, and that's something that's structuring kind of my other decisions as I'm looking at this.
Can we weigh in on this? I'm supportive of
So
what you're proposing.
let me just say that the problem with the lift-up measure, as you've pointed out, is if you just do CPI increases, then you never get ahead.
Yeah.
So I have a proposal that our phase-in basically starts in July at 1225, because after all, that's what our neighbor has.
Yeah.
And our big neighbor, who kind of, dictates a lot of the momentum here. And that in 2016, a quarter of the difference between the 1225 and the new Emeryville living wage would be the amount of the increase, and we proceed by another 25%, another 25%, to get to Emeryville's living wage.
By what date, Ruth?
Well, if we do, I'm okay with your 2019.
It would be okay.
Yeah.
But I would like to make sure that what I'm looking at, and I don't know if you have your packet in front of you, it was one of the staff attachments, and I'm looking at following, kind of superimposing the San Francisco trend line for the small business, right, up at the top. So it would begin 1225, and then it would go 13, then 14, get us to 15 in 2018, and then the next year we would lift to 1598, which would be the living wage. Do you have that on the thing?
Do you really think that by 2018 our living wage would be $15?
It would be 1557 here in 2018. So it wouldn't. You're right. It wouldn't exactly meet the living wage, right? The next year, 2019, is when the trend lines would meet.
Okay.
So we would be 57 cents off of the living wage in 2018, but still meeting that $15 in 2018.
So may I ask, so for what we're calling the big box stores, the bigger businesses, starting at a living wage now and then marrying in 2019?
The big businesses would start at a living wage now and increase by CPI. They would keep up with the living wage, right? So the living wage doesn't erode over time, right?
But they will marry in 2019.
They will marry in 2019. So the trend lines for small business will meet up in 2019.
Okay.
Should I give you this, Michelle, so you can put it on the? No.
I could go with that.
It has my scratching. It's not going to look clear on it.
Do we have consensus on that? All right.
So the public, because now I'm sitting here looking at a piece of paper and no one really sees what I'm talking about. Council knows it because we've been reading it for weeks. So there's my very sloppy writing that would bring the small businesses in at the rate that San Francisco does, right? So we would take the San Francisco rate, 12.25, 13, 14, hitting 15 in 2018, and then at that point, the next year, we would lift up to 15.98.
Which is our projection of what
our projection
of what our
living wage will be. Yeah. Do you see? I do. Okay.
So we'd be.
And then after that, CPI, right? CPI for everybody.
Right.
Beyond that.
98 in 2019. Yeah. So, sorry.
It's a lot of scribble. I'm sorry. So that model is something that I'm really interested in doing, right? And is shaping kind of my thinking about the other questions in front of us.
Okay,
also.
good. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we have consensus on the phase-in up to 2019. Let's talk about youth exemptions and collective bargaining agreements.
I'm going to get us back to that summary slide.
Okay. Thank you.
I want something for youth. I think that, it's just, when you're a young person, it means more than it does when you're older to have a job. And
thank you.
For some period of time to be able to have a youth rate, it just seems.
So how about we say that we define youth up to age 21, 22, and that the floor would be the state living wage? I mean, state minimum wage? What do you want?
Well, I'm not supportive of a youth exemption. And
Okay.
I'll tell you a little bit about why. First of all, the area median income for one person in in the city of Emeryville is $65,000 a year. Right? Now, if we're already setting a wage where an adult is clearly not going to be making $65,000 a year, the idea that if they have another person in their household, that they're not going to need that contribution to actually go toward the household, right, is further disadvantaging poor families. The other thing that I see, I work at the University of California, and internships are something that is often highly prized. But what I've noticed in my work there over the years is that in order to take a lower wage, or no wage at all, and gain job experience, you have to be a person of means. And so the benefits are being conferred to people who already have the wind at their backs. And if we're thinking about internships as a way for people to both contribute to their families, which is almost a necessity right now in Alameda County, right? If you have a son or a daughter that's not working, mine are very young, but I have plans, right? You may be struggling, right? Especially if you're poor. And I think that work is work. and that people should be paid a fair wage. I think it's too easy to then start gaming the system, right? I really think that the youth in our area need every bit of support that they can get, and they actually need good jobs, right?
How do you feel about minors?
I really don't believe in a youth exception. I think that
Even if the age was less, what if it were 18 to 16?
I think that a 16 to 18-year-old has a lot of expenses. And I think that if you're a parent in a low-wage job, that you will have children that will have to contribute. I just don't think it's any kind of benefit. I think we're setting people up to have multiple sites of immiseration within the same family. I think that if you're going to work, that you should be paid a fair wage, right? So for me, I'm not interested in the youth exemption. I think that what it does is it erodes what we've already established as a floor, a really sticky floor. Like, it's hard to get out of poverty, right? And you shouldn't consign young people to that, even if you think that it's training are going to be useful in the future. It's the wage gap's too large in Alameda County and the Bay Area for that.
I think we have a difference of opinion about the youth exemption and about training programs, because some of the training programs are positioned to segue into an upward trajectory.
Well, I'll give an example of the federal government, right? The federal government has internship programs and training programs, and they pay a decent wage. And in the Bay Area, you would also get cost of living allowance, right? And so if you really want to give someone mobility, right, or security, you don't make them sacrifice that in order to work, right? I think that the cost of living is too high. I think in Emeryville we have so few kids as it is, and I think about the youth in our youth programs. These are folks that their families are living, if they're lucky, paycheck to paycheck, right? And any wage that they would earn, I think that it needs to be at least the minimum wage. We're not talking about something outrageous, right? I think businesses have ways of adjusting, and I've been grateful to people who have talked to me about this. They realize that this is a crisis in the region, and they're willing to do their part to adjust. You can adjust hours, right? And I think it's the wrong path to go down.
Mayor Atkin, may I direct a question to staff regarding training? So in the presentation, I don't know who would be, which of you two would be able to answer this, but was there not a state law mentioned that would capture the first 160 hours of employment at 85%? So we have a state law that covers that training period.
And it's already there.
Yeah. Do you want me to go back to this?
Yes. Yeah. Please.
A long presentation.
It's thorough.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
You've had to do a lot of work in a short period of time for this.
Oh, there's an
thank
update
you.
ready to install. There we go. Okay. Sorry. So it's that last bullet there. It's how they define learners.
Great, the state's taking care of it, right? I mean, I think that if we had to have a model, if there's not consensus, I want to say that, first of all, I think we should not, that youth should just be paid the same, right? It's actually, I feel like it's not understanding the realities of kids living in poverty, right, in this area, and what they have to deal with. And I'd like us to do better. I'd like us to be a model for what's right and what's good. So I think that youth deserve to be paid the minimum wage rate, which is not a high rate, right? It's not something that is going to get you a lot of money to line your pockets. It's very minimal. But where are other folks on this?
I'm okay with that learner amount as a
The
percentage.
learner amount? What about you, Scott?
Well, 85% is, of 1442 is $12.25. Coincidental.
Coincidentally.
It's that, as an employer, you got to have some, with young people, you have to have some time to make a judgment. Maybe that's okay.
You okay with the 85% then?
Yeah, I just see a lot of good coming from youth employment. I've seen a lot of kids who have really gotten it together by being employed. This is a factor. And it ends after 160 hours, which that's quite a bit of work for a kid. But, I don't know if it's quite enough to... I'll go with it. If the majority wants to do that, I'll
I'm comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with it as well.
Okay, so that's...
Okay, and so when we're talking about this then, just so I understand, the tracking that we're doing is it would be 85% of our living wage or of...
Yes.
Of our living wage?
Well,
okay.
but for a small business, I would still want them to, it would be 85% of their...
Of their rate, of the employer, of the employer's rate.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't support it, but we have 3, so.
Okay.
Next question.
Do we exempt collective bargaining?
So I just want, if I may, make a clarification based on the public comment. I spoke to a gentleman in the hallway, Elijah, and he was cautioning us against, he asked us to remove an exemption from the draft ordinance, but when he and I actually spoke, it sounded like the language that's in the draft ordinance is something that he's happy with. Jennifer Lynn from eBase. Can you confirm? Okay, so you two are on the same page. So I just wanted to make sure that council is aware that what Mr. Esquivel was asking for is what's in the draft ordinance in terms of, for members of the public who may just be tuning in now, for a ratified collective bargaining agreement, those union members would have the ability to opt out of the minimum or living wage and continue to be able to use that as a bargaining chip.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. Yeah.
And I am supportive of that.
Yes, I am too.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. What other things?
We got credits?
We have sick leave. Yeah, credits for health insurance or something?
Yeah, health credits.
No, I think someone commented very astutely, there's the ACA now. So that takes care of that, and there's subsidies available either for the small business that can shop on the marketplace or for an individual who can purchase on an individual basis.
Yeah.
So, and that goes up to 400% of the federal poverty line, which is far more generous. The subsidies on in Cover California are far more generous than that. So I think that the ACA takes care of the health insurance credit into the hourly wage.
Yeah, I'm not interested in
agree.
health credits. You, Scott?
No.
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 Diane? No. Okay.
Okay.
We did use collective bargaining.
Credits.
What were the hospitality charge changes?
There was some language suggested by Lift Up and staff.
Oh, right.
If staff could remind us
Sure.
what
Let me
those
bring up
changes
that
are.
slide again for you. So the two smaller bullets here and here are the lift up proposed language.
I'm supportive of both of those.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, now if I'm to understand this, a service charge could be put on a bill, say, for example, at a restaurant. Management would not get any of that unless they were doing some of the work.
That's how I understand it.
But the division of that service charge would be decided by, it all has to go to workers, but management would, in theory, decide how that was divided up. Isn't that correct?
I'm reading it that it would have to go to the person who performed the task.
Right. The idea behind it is that the charge that's being collected will be distributed among those employees that actually do the work.
Well, the cook cooks the meal.
But is that the front of the house?
So
or does that include kitchen, the dishwashers and the cooks?
It's the employee. It's the well, actually, I mean so there's the question then, is if we want to specify if it is, what would the council like to make sure that it is all the employees that are involved in providing that? I mean, I believe the idea is that if a service charge is going to be applied to the service, then all of the employees that worked to provide that service would get a portion of that. Now, what I'm hearing from council is, how do you define the workers that provided the service? Not just presumably not just the servers on the front end, but perhaps the cooks and the bussers and everybody else. So we can craft if that is the intent of the council.
I say we don't do anything about it. We let each business settle it themselves.
Well,
That
as
would be-
long as the employees
That's
are
right, as
getting
long
the
as the
service.
employees get it.
Okay.
We let each business decide how they want to divide it up, all on their own, and
Yeah, I
that's,
mean, I
that's
think
their
that this,
problem. We'd have less to do. They could balance out back of the house, in front of the house. We got to give them that, come on.
Well, I think this does that.
Yeah,
Right,
I do too. But I
by
just wanted to make
insisting.
sure that that's understood,
Yeah.
that that's what's happening, and that's what's happening right now in Oakland.
Yeah, exactly.
That's businesses who are doing the service charge, or if you go to a business, they just put it on there and it's divided up by the business, but it all goes to the workers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with this language.
Me too.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
All right,
where are we in our
I'm
questions?
going to go back to our summary slide.
Yeah, please.
We already addressed phase-in.
Did we defined small as 50 and under? Is that what we did? Or have
Diane
we
would
had
like
that
to go to
discussion?
55.
I would
Got
like
her
to,
5 more. I agree with that. Can you go 55?
Can we go to 55?
Can I just wanted to clarify one thing, because you had mentioned, I was writing down however many employees everyone had to.
Yes.
And there was some mention of part-time versus full-time. For the purposes of this ordinance, an employee is someone that works 2 hours per week in Emeryville. So part-time and full-time don't matter. There's no FTE in this.
We
It's
understand
just-
that.
Yeah. So the 55 could be, just to be clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I was just saying, if they lost one of their existing full-time employees and that work had to be replaced by 2 part-time employees, it's the same amount of hours, but it's an additional
It's an
person.
additional employee.
2 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for, in terms of the administration burden, that it's best to go with number of employees rather than trying to count
FTE or
FTEs
something.
and
That
hours.
gets too tricky.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the number? Was it 50 or 50?
55.
55.
5. Have we settled on that though? Are we still thinking about that? Or are we there?
I think we can settle with that.
I'm good with that. We had to,
Feel unsettled.
Oh, you feel unsettled?
But maybe not. I don't know.
well, we had,
Okay, so have we taken care of
movies and wherever.
the questions, or?
So if you give us just a moment so that we
Okay,
can talk,
yeah.
so we make sure that we've heard everything that you've directed us, and we would like to be able to repeat it back to you. to
Yes.
make sure that we actually
Thank you,
captured
Michael.
everything.
Appreciate
So
that.
you give us
Yeah,
a-
all right, we'll talk amongst ourselves
May
here.
I just bring one thing up? And I'm just wondering if anyone has an opinion on this, because I don't think it would, staff can correct me if this would be a lot of time, but I'm wondering if anyone on council would be amenable to expanding our paid sick leave section to care for a certified service animal, as it was brought up in a previous meeting, and only certified service animals.
I would support that too.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll let
Gotta make sure they got
let
that, too.
our staff know when they come
Yeah.
back. Not pets. No.
No.
I think that will help. Anything that would help with disabled person is good.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share with my co-counsel some numbers that staff provided to me today that I'd been haranguing them about, and they have been working so hard. But from the East Bay Economic Development Alliance, we got some numbers that as of 2014, there are 2,227 minimum wage workers in Emeryville.
How many?
2,227 who are getting the minimum wage, or I don't know why it said this in the email, but minimum wage or lower. And then there are 6,191 workers in Emeryville who are at or below a living wage of $14.42. So that is inclusive of the number that I just gave you. And for those who care, our total workforce is 22,179, and our median wage is $55,881.
Could you say the median wage again, Diane?
Thank you.
$55,881.
Thank you.
All right, council. Thank you for that little reprieve.
Yes.
Okay, so we think we have most everything, but we want to circle back and make sure that we actually do. Michelle starts off.
Okay. So this sort of combines 1 and 3. What I heard, and please correct me, is that there are going to be 2 wage schedules, one for all businesses and then one for small businesses, so anybody that's not a small business, essentially. And they are both effective July 1, and if I heard that wrong, please let me know. And on July 1, the businesses with more than 55 employees in Emeryville will start out at the $14.42 and then increase by CPI, what is currently proposed in the ordinance. And small businesses, the 55 employees or less, will start essentially at the same schedule as San Francisco up until 2018. In 2019, they will meet what the living wage, what all businesses will be paying in 2019, and then everyone from 2020 thereafter will just be looking at CPI increases from the 2020. So the effective date is still July 1st.
Right.
Yes.
Is that correct for all business
Yes.
for all businesses, regardless of size?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was the rate schedule.
Yes.
Yes.
That we heard that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
While you were over there, did you hear about service animals?
Yes,
Okay.
we picked up the service animals.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay. And then with respect to exemptions, there's no specific, we will retain the collective bargaining exemption that already exists in the ordinance. For youth, it will mirror the existing state minimum wage law, which allows for learners, as defined under state law, to earn 85% of the minimum wage that is applicable to their particular employer type, whether it be the small business or large business, for the first 160 hours of employment. Let's see, and that there is no credit in the calculation of the wage for employer-paid health care benefits.
Correct.
And that it is okay to include the hospitality service charge language that was provided to us from the Lift Up organization, as it was, with no revisions. And the inclusion of the
And the inclusion of service animals, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And also for small businesses, for the 55, using that same definition, with 55 employees or less, they can also have the different sick leave accrual rate, because they can cap the accrual at a lower rate than a larger business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got it?
I think so.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. I think we have what we need.
You have your direction to craft the next version draft.
Okay, so we'll then, in terms of moving forward, we'll then be bringing you the first reading of this in your first meeting in May.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for hanging in there till 9:45. And
can I say something?
Yeah.
I just also want to thank the mayor for shifting this conversation when we first started discussing this. Ruth was a supporter of Measure C and the living wage, and making sure that we are going to be doing right by people who are working in poverty, and keeping that at the forefront of this discussion has been really important for me, and so thank you,
I appreciate
Ruth,
that.
for that.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, now we can start a city council meeting.
Yeah, another meeting. Yeah, good to meet you, Selena. Yeah.
Hi.
Thank you. And we got successor.
And Ruth, I'll thank you privately.
Say again?
I'll thank you privately.
Okay.
Thank you. I missed you at the last meeting where we talked about it.
I know.
We have to do successor next.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yep. I'm needing to pull it up here. Hang on a second here.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Steve. Yeah, good to see you.
You should take a very careful look at the learners thing, because at 70 years old, you can be a learner. Thank you.
That's all right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate your story, too.
Now we'll go to the successor agency. Please clear the chambers if you're not staying. We still have business to conduct here. Thank you. We'll call the successor agency meeting to order. Please note we're still all here. Are there any public comments on items not on the agenda? No, Ken? Okay.
No?
Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
I second.
Okay, without exception?
I'm sorry, was that? I moved it.
Scott seconded it. No action items, so we'll adjourn the successor agency and go to the city council.
Excuse me, I need to take that.
And
Okay, thank
The record will reflect we're still all here. I see no special orders of the day unless I missed something. Any public comments on items not on the agenda?
Yes. Okay, I just wanted to add to what Council Member Asher just said, and I wanted to express my appreciation to the Mayor Asher.
Atkin.
I'm sorry, Mayor Atkin, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. I want to express my appreciation to Mayor Atkin for all the work you've done over the years, and you've been steadfast in this for economic and social justice issues and trying to alleviate poverty in our town. And you and I have disagreed on many things over the years, but you've been steadfast in that area, and I really appreciate it, and you appreciate that, and you've never deviated, and that's sort of like your bailiwick. And so I'm not surprised the actions you took tonight, but I am very pleased, and I think you do yourself and the city a real service with your actions here tonight, and I just wanted to express my appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a city manager's report? Oh, sorry, Ken. Come on up.
Yeah, is somebody going to pull 5.9, or do I have to talk about it now?
Which one?
Which one?
It's the second reading of the ordinance.
You want it pulled?
Yes.
Okay.
Which one is that?
5.9 is the PBID. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, part of the purpose of the public comment is also to comment on items that are on the consent calendar. So
That's true. Oh, yeah. Do you want to talk about your comment on 5.9 right now?
Yeah, if no one's going to pull it, yes, I do. Okay, I would ask you to withhold approval of 5.9 for a couple reasons. The first reason is that is a policy decision, and the city attorney just decided to create an ordinance that expanded the PBID for 15 years and submitted to you for a first reading. He was not directed by the council in open session to consider that, and you're expanding the life of a district, assessment district, up to 5 years without notifying anybody who currently pays a PBID assessment. So I think that's wrong. And I don't think the city attorney should initiate any new ordinances or any changes to ordinance when not directed by the city council. Secondly, lowering the threshold to send out a ballot is another problem. I mean, that's a huge issue. If you would have had a lower ballot threshold for the North Hollis Underground District, you would have mailed out ballots. But you didn't have the 50%, so you couldn't do that. So did we learn a lesson here? So now we're going to send out ballots with only 30% approval? I imagine that encompasses the existing corporate control board, so now they can just send out the ballots. Once it goes out for a vote, you know, that's a big decision. So I don't see what is the reasoning for lowering the threshold? The council didn't direct that. The city attorney just decided it's probably a good idea so we can do this easier. So I don't think that should be done. What's the rush here? You have a whole nother year. You know, you may have some backlash from businesses who may not want to support a PBID renewal. You may even want to consider different options. I really think the Emeryville has graduated to the point where it's a public necessity. So,
thanks.
Thank you.
John?
Hi, good evening. Just real quickly, I had a conversation with some people recently. There are a handful of residents who are living in vehicles, and they've been living close to the Sherwin-Williams property. And I know that the signs on the Sherwin-Williams property have been there for a while. They're on the fences. They say no truck or trailer parking. But some of the people who I speak with regularly who are living in recreational vehicles no longer are staying over there, people I've spoken to regularly. And I'm just wondering if it's necessary maybe for the city to revisit. These are signs posted on public or private land on a private fence, but I don't think they actually have legal bearing on the street parking, and so people have indicated to me that they're being told not to park there, and I just want to make sure that we're clear as to whether Sherwin-Williams can actually have signs that tell people they can't park a trailer there. So that's my only request. Thank you.
Something for our police department. I don't see the
Yeah, I
police
think we
chief
can ask staff.
Yeah, let's ask staff. Okay, any other public comment on consent items or other? All right. Hang on a second. I think, what's the item for the
5.4
meetings?
That's 5.4.
Yeah, I have to pull 5.4. Anybody else want to pull anything?
No, just a comment on 5.4 too.
Okay. So,
Well, I want to ask our attorney about 5.9.
okay, so we'll pull both those. Is there a motion on the rest?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, that's without exception. So, after we've gone through this extensive process about our council committees, there's a proposal for the, what's in the packet is conflicts with anybody who's serving as mayor, because one of our meetings is slated now for the second Wednesday, which is when the mayor's conference is. So I need to pull it so we can come up with another, it's not sustainability, what's the other one?
Community services.
Community services.
Yeah.
So we need to come up with another acceptable meeting time for community services. And that's Jack and me right now.
Yeah. I mean, I am...
And Thursdays don't work for you?
Just until the second week of May, and then it'll be more flexible, so maybe the first.
Do you want to have our first meeting after your conflict ends?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
That would be fine, and then on Thursdays then, the second Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, so let's, Cindy, if you could make note that it's the second Thursday.
Starting in May.
In June.
In June.
In June.
Okay.
Yeah, please. And then the other thing, I just wanted to comment that what was in the packet regarding the Economic Development Committee was an older version, and so staff updated with the new categories for that to reflect more of the small businesses. And I think also what I don't see on here, and I thought it was such a good idea when Charlie mentioned it, is that one of those folks would also be a green business. Is it?
I think it's the last sentence. Certified green?
Yeah. I'm looking at it, and it says Chamber of Commerce, nonprofit workforce org, large business, small business. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not in the list. It's in just the narrative above. Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah.
May I? I notice that since we're talking about small and large businesses, the definition of the makeup includes small business, and here it's currently defined as 10 or fewer employees. I
Good
wonder
catch.
if you would like to
Yes.
have that consistent.
We would like to be consistent.
No, 55 or fewer.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, so with those changes, I'll move 5.4.
Second?
Okay, that's without exception, and then we'll discuss 5.9 again.
Okay, I just had a question for our attorney. Do you think there is a litigation risk in doing what we're doing with this?
No, you as a charter city, have the authority under law to prescribe procedures for the adoption and creation of assessment districts. That is a well-settled authority of a charter city. I'd also just like to address a couple of the comments made by Mr. Rukowski. The city attorney has long had the authority under the city's rules to bring forth ordinances to the council, irrespective of being directed to do so by the council. That's an authority that the position has had before I became the city attorney. I would also like just to point out that it was also the city manager who actually asked me to come forth with this ordinance. So that's just a couple points I'd like to make. Thank you.
Mayor Atkin, may I make a comment for the public at home? Or anyone watching? I just want to clarify that this ordinance does not create a PBID, but is simply a procedural exercise so that when a new PBID is created, we're able to move quickly and flexibly.
Yeah, that is true. And I would also just like to point out that by merely adopting the ordinance, you would still then, when you move, if you were to move forward with the PBED, you would have to elect to proceed under your ordinance. So it doesn't, say that you are automatically going to proceed under this authority that's provided to you. You could say, you know what, we don't want to proceed under our own laws. We're just going to proceed under what's provided already under the general laws of the state.
Okay, Ken.
Yes, it's true. The city attorney has long had the opportunity to bring ordinances to council, and that's what a policymaker does. A policymaker decides it's going to be 15 years. That is a policy decision. Even the city manager doesn't have that authority. It's supposed to be directed from the city council, and it hasn't been adhered to, and it's a time that it should be adhered to. And then with respect to the PBID, no, it doesn't create a PBID, but once you send out the vote, you're making a final decision. So, you're going to make the final decision sooner. State law only allows for 10 years, so without notification to anybody who's paying the assessment, you're going to increase it to 15 years. Now you're going to go out in a few weeks or a month or so, ask people to vote for this. And the first thing I'm going to say, well, gee, they extended it to 5 years, didn't even ask you whether it was important or not. I think it's to your disadvantage to do something by surprise. So it doesn't create the PBID, but it certainly creates an unfair circumstance. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, I would just say you can elect to proceed for 10 years, 5 years, however you want. It just gives you the flexibility to do so.
Is there a motion on this?
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
Scott seconded.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's without exception. Please note that our public hearing tonight has been continued to a future night.
If we need an actual date to do so, and I know earlier we discussed in closed session about either next Tuesday or Thursday.
Thursday the 16th.
Thursday the 16th. Does
at
that work?
5:15.
Would that work for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
My children will be here, but yes.
That's fine. So we'll continue this to next Thursday, the 16th of April at 5:30 in the council chambers here.
5:30.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. 7.1. Do we want to have a staff report or just a motion? The hour is getting late.
Which one is 7.1?
Thank you, Amber.
As needed public art consultant services.
Presentation for you, if you want one. I think it's your discretion.
You can make it, if you can make a very abbreviated one.
I will go through this very quickly. To the council members I have not met, I am Amber Evans, Community Development Coordinator, and I manage, as you will see tonight, our public art program, as well as a few other functions not being covered tonight. We have traditionally hired consultants for a number of our public art programs. One of them, Regina Almagar, is here tonight. She'll be presenting a project you've long been waiting for, the Shell Mound Art Project. And we'll get to that right after this one. Actually, one more. We are looking to put out one call or one RFP with 3 calls in it to cover the purchase award, the bus shelter program, and ECCL, or the Emeryville Center of Community Life's art project. This is for the consultant for that project. The next item will be about actually putting a call out for the art at the center. This is for a consultant to help that process, much like on our other capital projects. And I'll just go through quickly what those we look for consultants to do. Help us with the solicitation, get the conceptual design proposals when we have finalists, then work through the design development, final design, fabrication, transportation, installation, and then a celebration and advertising. And as you'll see in the next, we're trying to do that by December of next year. So that's why this is before you tonight, to really get somebody for this project. The other projects can happen a little slower, but we thought that we would save some of the effort and have a more open process by putting them together and casting the wide net. The purchase award consultant scope is really about sort of a tried and true process that we've had, working with the Emeryville Celebration for the Arts and bringing that to a selection panel at their annual show. And the bus shelter public art consulting scope really isn't, we have a program right now through the end of 2016. So this is assuming a program at the end of that period and another phase. And the Public Art Committee has made recommendation that this be a permanent program. Your budget cycles haven't had you make, the council make a specific statement about that, but on the assumption that it would be carried forward, it would be included in the scope. And we wouldn't contract for this work until we were ready to do it, but we would call the names and proposals and get a better sense of budget through this. And again, it's for helping us with the actual dissemination of the RFP, the coordination of that selection panel, summarizing the recommendations, providing the artist materials and the service agreements for the selected artists, so actually getting us draft language to include. And when I say artist materials, I mean like their imagery and their write-ups. And then facilitate the selection of artwork and text layout for the bookmark. So we do a marketing program where we're about to have one come out in the next 2 weeks for phase 3, our latest artists, and this would then be done again. The project budget, as recommended in the staff report, is $75,000, and what this does is provides money for each of the budgets of the annual purchase award and the bus shelter, as well as the ECCL public art project. This would give money, as written in the ordinance. The project itself shouldn't be paying for consulting services, but the art fund and its additional sources of funding. And so this assumes at least $20,000 for that project, as you'll hear in the next item, and it may be more than that. And that it also gives budget for a fourth project. We've brought before you previously a public art master plan that we are seeking consultants right now separately, and capital projects are expected to be produced out of that. Just as now the ECCL project we want to get finished when the center itself opens, we'd like to make sure that when we start a new project, we're able to quickly have a consultant do that selection and work with the PAC to do the scope of work, so that we don't have to write that scope and then start the next project.
So, let me ask you a question. At the last City Schools Committee last week, the school district was talking about an NEA grant, which would be a perfect opportunity to have commissioned artwork along what they're calling the community wall.
Right.
Now, what I saw in the packet here doesn't include the community wall.
Right.
So I'm wondering, what's the disconnect, and how come we're not participating in that or going after that grant?
When the...
And maybe Cindy, you can speak to that.
Do you want to, or you?
Well, the community canvas was questionable because it was sort of on the value engineering list, and so we decided not to include it in this, but now that it's in the project, then I think we could, like you said, go and have the school district go for some funding for the community canvas.
Well, I just think that should be included under this ECL public art project.
So let me just clarify. That will be the next discussion item and next point, where we'll talk about the sites that are included that, and I've got a slide and we can talk specifically about that. This is just for the consultant to help with the responses to that RFP. So this is the RFQ for consultants in a variety of project areas, and then we'll talk about the scope of work for the RFP for ECCL.
All right.
The schedule on this is I'm seeking your approval now so that I can get this out and you approving a contract by June, so that the ECCL RFQ lines up with that. That's what's driving my bringing this item right now. Those responses, we're actually talking about May 29th, extending that a little bit because of the lag time we might have on CAFE. And so we will bring this consultant on. We will already have the responses to the RFP. We will start the selection process in June and July, and then move forward. And they'll go do their conceptual design proposals while you're on leave, and then in the fall we'll start to evaluate finalists. But what I'm asking for now is approval of the $75,000 allocation and the release of the RFQ for these consulting services.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Amber? Is there a motion on 7.1?
Move to approve.
Second?
Okay, well, that's without exception. Now we go to 7.2.
And this is, as we were starting to dive into the meat of it, this is ECCL. And as Cindy said, I met with her a couple of times as the PAC subcommittee was working to really clarify, and you'll see a slide here, what would be considered eligible sites, and I'll get that in a second, for public art investment that would have actual public access without restriction for school facilities, that would be city-controlled interior spaces or open access exterior spaces. And the goals that you see before you are really developed by the subcommittee and community members that saw ECCL as the community's heart of the city and a meeting place and hub for civic and educational activity. They also, with it right there on the northern border, create a powerful and iconic image for ECCL and the city of Emeryville, provide a visual and psychological connection for residents and pedestrians between the school and public spaces of ECCL. Make it be that those gates aren't sort of a dividing space, but rather that the art helps with the creation and placement. And develop memorable public art pieces to create public appreciation of ECCL site and its unique relationship to the community, establish a sense of entry, and facilitate student, teacher, and community engagement. And I think the seventh one, to be clear, this is if there is art proposed on 53rd in the plaza there, then it should meet this component. Not that any piece of art anywhere on the site needs to meet this. Encourage and enhance pedestrian and bicycle access to the site along the proposed Temescal Creek Greenway. And particularly there were concerns about doing anything to acknowledge the creek with riparian habitats and creek experiences, that there be an acknowledgement that we're in a drought and semi-desert environment, and how to think about what you could do with art that doesn't necessarily draw water, but acknowledges what a creek bed in that kind of condition.
What?
And that's, of course, in the context that the creek runs under ECCL. So the eligible sites that are discussed in the RFQ are the three plazas that front onto San Pablo Avenue and the interior space within the Welcome Center, which has a spiraling stairwell and large open windows out onto San Pablo, so it's quite visible, and it operates much like City Hall with open access hours for the public. And I just included this slide to sort of highlight that red line to the left and the yellow arrows to the right, that's what drove sort of our focus on these sites for the investment in art, was that we keep them in the public realm.
And why not do the community wall?
And so I had met with Cindy, and she had said, I'm very concerned that value engineering is going to take this out, and we were concerned we'd be putting an RFP out. People would start to do their work and their proposals around something for the community wall, and it wouldn't be there. And so we didn't propose it. The subcommittee was very interested in it and would be happy to include that element. Was very interested in the library, and there were questions about access there as well. So this was really focused so that artists could respond with the first element. It's $150,000. There may be other public money in the future for art, but this was perhaps one or two pieces in the initial installation.
Well, I think the community canvas should be added in, and while they're looking at a NEA grant to fund it, but we also have a public art fund that could fund at least a portion of it. So I think because it's a joint project with the school district, we should commit some public art fund money to the community canvas, as well as whatever the project allocation might be and whatever the school district might fundraise on its own.
In talking also with the architects and the school district, their thought on the community canvas is it's going to be a changing piece of, it's constantly going to be changing, and that they want student engagement to do those panels. And so the architect was going to purchase canvases that the students, so there would be student engagement during that. But they will be changing.
These would be temporary installations?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, we've done temporary public art before.
Absolutely. And the context of the committee talking about this installation was that it's a municipal project. I don't know if the 1.5% from municipal projects has been used for only temporary installations associated with those sites' development. What was I going to say? The changing nature and the actual commission of art from students is a different responding body. So unless the scope was to ask an artist to curate that show, which might be different sets of bodies, I mean, I'm happy to respond to however you'd like to change the scope to reflect the canvas, but I do still see it as a separate project. That was the statement I was going to make, is that the purchase award, as I have come to you before in the past, said we're getting kind of full here in City Hall, and it's exciting to think that ECCL may be a canvas on which the purchase award in future years could go. So similarly, if there's components of the community canvas that might have a piece, or within other interior spaces, that's another way to populate additional art at the site.
Well, how do the rest of the council members feel about the community canvas?
Remind me where the community canvas is in this plan.
It's that diagonal.
Yeah, so if you look
Okay, so it's diagonal,
at
it's
those two
inside the
purple-
courtyard. Okay.
those it's actually was proposed, and I don't know if this is changing, as a metal screen with work within that metal screen, and then banner poles attached to it with potential changing elements in that.
Right, yeah, in the common areas, right, inside.
So along the
I guess-
912 entry to the
Where it says commons. So
The funding streams are so different. One is the building fund, it's a percentage of construction costs, and the other would be some kind of grant money we could qualify for. So I don't know, the way they have it seems good to me. Also, that to do something that's iconic on the north side, that's going to really say this is a new place, a new thing. If you start to take away from that budget, it's hard to make something that would be of that scale. If that's what you're talking about, taking some of the money and putting it on the common wall, you might be reducing the artwork on the north side if you wanted to have a statement there.
Anybody else here?
I agree with Scott. I think focusing on the plazas and the courtyard rather than dividing up the money. And it sounds like they have a plan and not, and also a plan that's kind of flexible right now with the community canvas. And so I would go along with what Scott has to say.
All right.
As I alluded to, the budget is not to exceed $150,000, and this would include the artist having their design and project management, all the costs of the project, and requiring a minimum contingency of $15,000. Additionally, we're proposing that we reserve $20,000 outside of the artist's control for unexpected expenses, and that might be working with the school district or additional traffic components. But that hasn't been a component of some other projects, and we thought that that might be helpful in the way that we manage the construction. The project schedule, if we release this week, because I go on vacation next week, and make the questions due when I have jury duty, then we'll have applications at the end of the month. And as I said, we can't really move this up much because we won't have the consultant until June, and then bring this to the PAC and go through that development cycle with. It's not that I say December 2016 is the most realistic date from us starting today to get there. This is trying to make this schedule as tight as possible to get a project by then, if ECCL is going to be opening then. And it may slip past that. This is just our best attempt to get there. And with that, if you're comfortable with the project sites, the RFQ was attached in your packet, and I'm seeking your approval to release it. The funds were already allocated in the CIP.
Any discussion?
Nope, seems good to me.
Yep. So we need a motion?
So moved.
Any public comment, Mayor?
Oh, any public comment?
I think so, but you never know.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, Ruth.
Perhaps we can ask Disney, Pixar Disney, to help out here, as we've been so good to them over the years.
Okay.
And as I alluded to our consultant Regina Almagar moments ago, she'll be presenting this project that is much anticipated. I hope that you all saw the finalists displayed in the atrium previously, and now you get to hear about...
Finish 7.2 first?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Let's vote.
There's a motion?
Second.
Okay. That's without exception.
Thank you.
All right. 7.3.
Now I'm too delayed in starting it.
Okay. Amber.
So we are bringing to you tonight a contract with the selection panel and PAC's recommended artists, R&R Studios, and Regina will be telling you how excited we are about what's being created and the details of that.
Okay. Thanks for hanging in for a long night, Regina.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I apologize for my raspy voice this evening. I'm assuming that you all are familiar with the Shell Mound project and the goals, which are to provide connectivity between the public market and Bay Street, to celebrate the streetscape as a public stage, to create a safe and welcoming environment for pedestrians with art and light, and to enhance pedestrian safety in that rather dark area, to create an iconic image for Emeryville through art, and then for the artist to create a document which is essentially an arts master plan for both the city and private property owners for future public art and landscaping opportunities. The project components and the artist scope of work include the installation of art and lighting elements on the bridge and on the 6 columns on Shell Mound, and then to do the arts master plan. The project background is we started in September 2013, seems like a long time ago, issuing an RFQ. We had a panel that pre-selected finalists online through Cafe, and then met in January to actually interview artists and to select 4 finalist teams. The teams came out last summer and they looked at the site, they met with city staff and got some requirements and restrictions on what could and could not be done at that site. The panel, when they reconvened and looked at the proposals, recommended R&R Studios as project finalist. The Public Art Committee accepted that recommendation in January, and we are here now to get your approval on this artist team. So the team is R&R Studios. It's a husband and wife team of Roberto Bejar and Rosario Marquardt. They are based out of Miami. They are artists and architects. They've done public art installations all over the world and had a lot of exhibitions of their artwork. This is obviously looking at the work going northwards. And their proposal consists of aluminum tubes that are powder coated in different colors. Do we have the samples?
Yeah, I will go get them. I just...
Okay. Anyway, they're powder coated and they will be similar to these colors. You'll see the actual colors soon. interspersed with lighting, LED lights that are also kind of long tubular forms. The columns will be painted red. Their idea was that these columns will be like a curtain upon which the street becomes a stage for pedestrians and activities. Kind of a overview of what the ceiling looks like with the girders and the columns. This is showing what the panels will look like with the overlay of the LED lights. Their proposal is to use, we were restricted as to what any artist could do with installing the work because there's rebar like an inch into the concrete. So they are proposing using screw jacks, which is kind of shoring system. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Again, this is just another very quick overview of their installation proposal. I've gone into their biography a little bit. They have a wonderful website, so I recommend that everybody take a look at it. It's really fun. The Public Art Committee, when they looked at their work, asked the artists to do a lighting study to ensure that there's sufficient lighting both under the bridge and on the columns. They asked that they provided a secondary bracing system to the screw jacks because we're concerned about lateral movement in the event of an earthquake. To obtain field measurements for the final design, and then to address concerns for birds roosting under the artwork. We want to make sure that they either have netting or have the tubes close enough to where birds can't get under and roost under the artwork, and then to adjust these colors if necessary based on the lighting study. Project schedule is we hope to have the master plan by middle of next year and the artwork installed and delivered by the end of next year. Here's an overview of their project budget. We had $5,000 left over from the honoraria, which wasn't spent, so we put that into the lighting study. The budget was originally $280,000, now it's $285,000 to include the light study. So these are examples of the aluminum tubings. Do you want to see them, or? They're just aluminum tubings. There are
Scott will know what they're like.
Samples.
But they're powder coated, I guess.
They're powder coated, yeah.
That would be the additional colors. So the 4 here plus those 2 are the 6.
I remember this as one of the
tubes options. Will be done in modular panels. I should mention about 10 by 7 feet each, so that they can be removed if necessary for maintenance or whatever. So there's not one whole unit, it's modular panels.
Can they be power washed from underneath?
They can be, yeah. Well, actually, that's a good question because we did ask them to investigate whether the LED lights could be power washed. These can. We're not sure about the lights, so that's another part of their study.
Okay.
No questions?
So it seems like the primary purpose is just to brighten the underpass.
To brighten the underpass, to call attention to the connectivity between the public market and Bay Street, to get pedestrians walking from one of those areas to the other, to lighten it, and to make pedestrians feel more safe. And
But will it feel like Miami?
It is very colorful.
These actually very much reminded me of the ball pit at the public market when I looked at these colors.
That's funny. Okay. Thank you, Regina.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion on the resolution.
Public comment?
Thank you. I'm getting tired.
I know.
Any public comment here? Okay, is there a motion?
I move we approve.
Second.
Okay, without exception. Now we go to 7.4, which is an introduction, first reading of an ordinance repealing the Municipal Code Community Development Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Michael Guina, Assistant City Attorney. I have a very short presentation. This is essentially cleanup cleanup legislation. The Community Development Advisory Committee was created in 1977 to advise the council on issues regarding redevelopment and housing. Since the dissolution of the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency in 2012, the housing assets of the city have been transferred, of the former redevelopment agency have been transferred to the city. And the Housing Committee advises the council on issues relating to housing policy. And therefore, the reasons for the Community Development Advisory Commission to exist no longer apply, especially in the way the council is currently operating relating to housing. And as an example of that, this commission has not met. We were looking for minutes to get a sense of when the last time the commission actually met, and we went back 20 years and have not been able to find any minutes relating to the commission's meeting. And so we can strongly recommend, or say with a certain amount of surety, that the dissolution of the commission is not going to affect the daily operations of the council in relation to housing and housing policies and issues. So therefore, we recommend the adoption of the ordinance in order to essentially clean up the municipal code. And therefore, our recommendation is that you introduce the item after a motion to read by title only, take public comment, and then adopt the first reading of the ordinance. That's the conclusion of my report, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to read by title only?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Emeryville repealing Article 2 of Chapter 3 of Title 2 of the Emeryville Municipal Code, Community Development Advisory Commission.
Move to adopt the ordinance.
Thank you. Was there a second?
Second.
We don't need a roll call, right? Anybody opposed? Nope. Okay, that passes. All right, so 7.5
Oh, yeah.
is an issue around community choice aggregation. There's a countywide committee, and where each city gets a representative. And I don't think we have any names. I'm wondering if any of our 3 residents here want to serve on that committee.
Oh, well, excuse me, Mayor, but I think that there was a selection process for general members of the public, and I think this invitation is at least intended to be aimed at either staff, high-level staff, or council members.
Oh yeah, yeah. Right. You wanted to serve on that, right?
Well,
yeah, right. Sorry,
if you didn't,
Diane.
As a member of the Sustainability Committee, I would first like to offer the opportunity to our mayor. And if she's not interested in serving, I'm happy to nominate myself.
I have a very full plate, so
I will do it.
Thank you. And I reread Scott Haggerty's letters, Cindy, and it was supposed to close today at 5, but if you can make contact tomorrow and offer Diane's name, that would be helpful.
Oh, I believe that they are open to receiving a name even after their first meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
They realized our schedules are busy.
Yes, I had talked to them, and I had told them that this was going to be on the council agenda for tonight. And so the kind of the more rigid application process is more for the community members who are also going to serve on the committee. In addition to having a member, they also suggested having an alternate. And many cities are having a staff person as the alternate, so you have kind of the combination of staff and the elected on that committee.
Are you volunteering? Since you,
I think I was voluntold.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And Karen, they haven't settled on a first meeting date. Is that correct?
Okay. That takes us to communications and reports. Department heads, do you have anything?
I have a report on the last Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, Charlie?
Which was on March 26th. There were 3 items on the agenda. They were all study sessions. The first was the Marketplace Redevelopment Project Parcel C. That's the grocery store, which has a residential wrap around it. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th study session they've had on this project. It's coming along. They're getting down really to fine-tuning the details at this point. I think the commission is pretty pleased with where it has gone. And hopefully it will be ready for approval at the commission's meeting in June. The second one was Restoration Hardware proposal over here on Horton and 40th Street. That project has been withdrawn, and so they did not hold that study session.
Okay.
And then third, there was a proposal for a small 24-unit residential project on 65th Street that would be all 2- and 3-bedroom units, which is a great concept, but the project does need a lot of work still. The commission was generally supportive of the concept, but they did indicate that it needed more work. So we expect to see it again sometime at a future meeting. And as I said, these are all study sessions, so none of them are appealable to the council. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any other department heads? Okay. I have an item under council members, which is that I've signed on to the Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. This is put on by a nonprofit, but given that we're in the 4th year of a drought and our governor has called for a 25% mandatory reduction, I want to encourage all people to do what they can to conserve water, and you can actually log your efforts on the Wyland Foundation website, and so it'd be nice to make a blip on that by registering with them and telling them what you're doing to save water. Any other council members want to say anything? All right, reporting on meetings attended. I will say, apropos of my prior comment, that I did meet with the East Bay Mud board president and Andy Katz, who's our district rep, and they talked to me before the governor came out with the 25% mandatory reduction when we were at 20%. But I did want to share with you some things that they have in the pipeline, quite literally. So the first thing is that their maintenance for repairing leaks has a budget right now of 9 miles a year, and they have thousands of miles of pipeline. And there will be a base rate increase for everybody that will ramp that up for both staffing and then just the capital costs to go to 40 miles a year of replacement pipe. And leaks are a big deal. And so this is geared towards getting on top of the leak problem. And so right now they have a leakage percentage of about 30%, and it's really hard. So every drop counts, and it's very hard to get below 10% leakage in any utility. Israel as a country is at 10%. They hope to get to that level, but apparently it's really hard to get below 10%. And it's not just pipeline breaks, but of course we're dealing with an aging infrastructure and pipes are failing, but it's even leaks at faucets and running toilets and all sorts of leaks in the system that wastes water. So the base rate increase that everybody will see is to up that, and there'll be more customers will see more opportunity to get low flow shower heads and other stuff to conserve it in the home. In addition, they're going to go into a water user tiered rate, and I don't know how many gallons a day each tier is going to be at, but what they said is the so-called water wasters will see breathtaking amounts on their bill. And I don't know how that's defined as a water waster. There's a middle range, and then the people who are, the households that are doing conservation will somehow be rewarded, I guess not with an additional rate. But I'm letting my colleagues know because we may get constituent calls when this starts to roll out. But they're taking the matter very seriously, and there's more that they're doing about the recycled water for irrigation and outdoor use and that kind of stuff. So, but I did want to share those numbers with you so that if you can keep your water usage below 100 gallons a day, I think you won't see sticker shock on your bills. If that's it, we shall adjourn. Thank you.